Welcome to John Blondell, one of the PIC co-chairs. Good to have you here, John. And this morning we have a first in terms of, even during my memory of the board, that we actually have colleagues here from the International Ethics Standards Board for Accountants. They're here to talk about work that they're doing and to get our input to that. So Dave, do you want to just give a little introduction and then we'll get the session moving?
Thanks, Chair. Really excited for this session. A little bit of a different tack than what we've been doing most of the week. But as the Chair referenced or alluded to, we're going to hear from the Ethics Board today, and we're very lucky to be joined by IPSASB board member David Ray, who's on screen. I believe he's based in London. And then we have IPSASB staff, John Reed and Carla Vigian, who are here work in New York, but they spent their time today or took their time out of their busy schedule to come down and give an update on what IPSASB does. And then, as Ian mentioned, want to hear from the board and get your experience on changes in the role of the CFO. So I'll turn it over to David. I believe you're going to kick us off, and looking forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for hosting us, and absolutely, I'll happily get us started, and then I'll hand it over to John and to Carla. So why don't we start perhaps with a little bit of grounding? So my name, as Dave just said, is David Ray, and I'm one of the board members. My background, just for your benefit, is more of a practitioner. So I've been in business for most of my career, heading up a number of finance roles. And now obviously I'm on a completely different side of the fence, but this is a project that is really near and dear, I think, and has a lot of relevance in terms of what we do. So maybe if we can move to the first slide, I'll tell you a little bit about IPSASB in case you're not familiar with what we do as a board. So I'll just wait for this. Perfect, thank you. So I'll cover the code itself, and as I said, a little bit about us, and then I'll hand it over to John and to Carla, who will talk a little bit about the project itself, and then we'll head into some breakout sessions where I'm really looking forward to your feedback and hearing your perspective, because obviously there are a number of senior finance individuals that work in public sector. So we want to make sure that those voices and those perspectives and experiences are considered as well. So let's jump right into who we are as a board and what we do. So we do have an independent chair. So I don't know how many of you know Gabriella. She is the chair of our board and has been for a number of years. Her background is regulatory, amongst other things. And she's got a really keen eye for thinking about how ethics apply and how they underpin everything we do. It doesn't matter if we're talking about financial reporting standards, sustainability standards, general practice, business practice, ethics are really found everywhere. We're actually a board of 17 at the moment. Starting in January, we will be a board of 16, which is consistent with the recommended size of the board that was set out a number of years ago. And we cover about 15 jurisdictions. So you can see us all here. There's one individual missing, which is Obi, based in Nigeria. Unfortunately, she wasn't there on the day we took the group photo. But that's effectively who we are. You can see from that perspective, just to give you a bit of sense. We've got individuals from public practice. We've got individuals from firms. We've got individuals that represent investors, businesses, regulators, academia. We basically cover the gamut in terms of our professional backgrounds. So if we move to the next slide. Much like you do, we operate with a really robust level of governance and oversight, which is incredibly important from a public interest and a public trust perspective. So starting here at the bottom, we are sister boards with the International Assurance and Audit Standards Board, which is chaired by Tom. And that sits under IFEA, the International Federation or Foundation for Ethics and Audit. And then we have a stakeholder advisory council, which we call the SAC for short. And there are a number of, again, representative from different jurisdictions, different perspectives, different experiences, and they help us understand what the landscape looks like around the world. So in other words, the work that we do, the topics we discuss, or the areas we explore are always relevant when we look at things internationally, but we also make sure that they have pertinence to a clear stakeholder group in terms of what we look for. And much like the board, they come from a variety of backgrounds as well. The Public Interest Oversight Board, or PIOB, which you've probably heard of as well, they do the oversight, and their oversight of us is very much focused on public interest. So they basically go through the process of reviewing any standards that we end up preparing. So last year, we ended up releasing a pretty significant standard that was approved in January of this year, which relates to ethics and sustainability. And they ended up going through that and endorsing it, and hence it ends up moving into being accepted and therefore rolled out within the context of the timeframe we set out on the standard. So they provide a lot of input in terms of what we do. They review our work plan. And again, they provide input always with a view to making sure we don't lose sight of the public interest. The overall governance is managed by the monitoring group, and basically you can see the member bodies here in the side. There are a number of them, and again, they look at things also from a public interest perspective, but capital markets, as you can well imagine, IOSCO is their interest is efficiency and effectiveness of capital markets and protecting investors, for example, and making sure that markets remain robust as a clear example. So it's a very rigorous process. We have a lot of feedback, but we also have some challenge. We do get challenged around how we approach something or how we think about it, which ultimately leads to a better outcome in terms of what we're collectively trying to achieve with the public interest at heart and in mind. So if we move on to the next slide, I'll give you a little bit more context in terms of what our footprint is. The good news is we've got more than 130 jurisdictions that have adopted the IPSASB code around ethics, and that relates to the edition of 2009 or later. If we bring that a little bit up and talk about, well, what about the code that we ended up publishing in 2018, so just under a decade later? Again, similarly, we've got about 100 jurisdictions. So sometimes there's a delay in the adoption from a jurisdiction perspective, and you might say, well, why is that? And that is because there's a lot of complexity sometimes in jurisdictions having to think through their local laws, having to think through their markets and their impact. So sometimes there are some slight delays in what they do, or perhaps they have some slight modifications to some of the newer versions as well, which can happen. If we talk about it on a G20 perspective, we've got 17 or 85% of the G20 that are covered. So it's got very good coverage around the world. We also have adoption of the code by the largest 35 international network of firms, which is commonly referred to as the Forum of Firms, which is fantastic. And of course, they look at transnational audits, so looking across borders. And we translated it into about 40 different languages, basically covering minimally all of the UN's major languages, but then some as well. And that's done in many respects by a number of partners that help us do that translation or through IFAC itself. So we really do have a global footprint, and we take the time in everything we do to make sure that we get feedback globally from all major jurisdictions and stakeholder groups as well. So that's part of the outreach that we end up doing, and we will absolutely do that as part of the project we're going to talk to you about today. So then if I just summarize the last one, just to give you a little bit of view as to what our current work plan is. Much like you do, we have a full plate in terms of what we work on. At the moment, we're looking at firm culture and governance. So that really relates to the assurance type of firms, or that sometimes they provide advisory as well. But it's basically the big accounting firms. So looking at making sure that they've got robust culture and governance at the heart of what they do, because of course, if there's a failure there, it's a pretty significant impact and has a cascading effect throughout the entire profession. So I think there's a lot of focus on making sure that works really well. And that's one of the projects we've been working on now for almost a couple of years. We've got collective investment vehicles, commonly referred to as CIVs. So think of those as areas like your personal pensions, for example, and think about how important it is that we make sure those pensions are protected. And when they're audited by auditors that are independent from the various players within these vehicles around who manages them, who makes decisions around them, etc. So that's what the CIV project is all about. Then we've got adoption and implementation, of which I'm a member of that work group as well. And that actually just started very recently. It's a new initiative that we're rolling out, and it's really to help various jurisdictions, whether they're standard setters, regulators, or local professional accounting organizations as well, basically adopt and implement what we end up creating in terms of our standards. The one we're starting with is the one we approved as a board in December and was endorsed by PIOB in January, which is sustainability. You can well imagine the sustainability change is significant for organizations, particularly for the finance function, as we're starting to see more of a consolidation of that activity within finance, at least being a key player, if not taking the lead in external reporting. So that's where we're starting. We'll look at see how that goes, and ultimately, I think there would be an enlargement of A&I for other major initiatives. We'll have to see how far we go in terms of what we do there. Technology is always a significant focus for us because, of course, technology is changing very quickly and it's affecting how things are done within organizations, where they're done. It affects the audit profession, how they audit. Think about, for example, technology being rolled out by an audit company to one of their clients to help their clients. And then if they're going in and doing the audit, what kind of challenge does that create, whether it's around a conflict of interest, self-review threat, or any of those types of things. So we look at technology as well from multiple dimensions to make sure that the right things are being considered there, including data usage, etc. Private equity investment in firms is a really interesting area as well. It's a relatively new concept, probably the last year or so, maybe a little bit longer. And it's basically where private equity companies invest or buy up either part or all of an accounting firm. And it's thinking through the difference between public interest, which is the mandate of an assurance firm, for instance, versus a private equity firm, which is really about profit and sometimes an exit strategy. So what kind of challenges might need to be thought through there? What kind of additional considerations might need to occur there to make sure, again, public interest is protected? And then we're currently working on the strategic work plan beyond the one that we have today. If you want to see what we have today, it's actually at the end of the deck, just to give you, it's mostly what I've talked about here, but some other initiatives as well. So we're working on the 3-year period thereafter. New work streams have also started up. The post-implementation review season is just about to kick off with NOCLAR, which is non-compliance with laws and regulation. That's going to be, I think, a very interesting post-implementation review because there are some challenges in some jurisdictions around what this means and how they enforce it, for instance. So I think that feedback will be helpful for us. The restructured code as well, it was restructured a few years ago to what it looks like today. You will have heard, if you hear any of our board discussions, that we are looking as part of a new initiative under IASB called SMART to look at how we can simplify even further what we do and make the code even more accessible. So I think it would be fair to say that the code will continue to evolve in that sense in the years ahead as well. The role of CFOs, including the evolving role of CFOs, particularly in the last 5 to 10 years. And again, that's what we're going to talk to you a little bit more about today. And then the profession agnostic independent standards for sustainability, as I just mentioned, that's the one that was approved by the PIOB in January, was part 5. But then we're also looking at part 4B, which is the ones that are not scoped under part 5 at the moment. So there's a small area that's not covered, and we're looking at that saying, well, okay, how do we reflect on that? If we've got part 5 that's profession agnostic, should part 4B also be profession agnostic? We'll see how that ends up rolling out, but that's one of the initiatives that's also rolling out in 2026. So with that, I know we'll move to the next slide, which is I'll pause here and just see if any of you have any questions on the board, its governance, its priorities, or anything like that before we jump into the project. So with that, I'll hand it back to you, Dave and Ian, to let us know if there are any questions, and I'll happily answer them.
So thank you very much for that introduction, David. I think it's really helpful to sort of see the overview of what the board is actually doing and the resonances in terms of the areas that we're focusing on. And obviously, we're looking at the shift towards adoption and implementation, as you've been, in terms of not only the application group, which we've initiated this year, but also as we start to get into post-implementation reviews following a very active period of standard setting. So I think, all of that in terms of how is this really working in practice? Is it really helping practitioners on the ground to address the problems that they're seeing? So, as you said, just really open up for the board in terms of any general comments on that work program, and before we get into the specifics of the discussion today. Okay, I think you've given a clear overview there, David, but thank you very much for that. So maybe we'll get into the meat in terms of discussions today. So do I hand over to you, John, first? Okay, thanks. Oh, and by the way, actually, when David was talking, he mentioned the chair of IPSASB, Gabriella, is actually in the building this week, and we're hoping that she'll be able to join us later on today. So if you see her around, take the opportunity to go and say hi. She's very easy to talk to, and I know she's very interested in what we do. So do take that opportunity. Okay, John.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'll just briefly introduce myself. So I'm John Reid. I'm a principal at the IPSASB. I've been here for about 2.5 years. I'm from Australia. So prior to that, I worked in standard setting for about 4 years. But I've also spent about 10 years in the public sector. I worked for the corporate regulator in a senior financial investigator role. And then I worked at the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission when it first was established. I was a director there, and one of my main responsibilities was setting up the reporting requirements for charities to report to government. So setting up the tiers of reporting and what needed to be reported to the government. So yeah, have some history in public sector and also some history in firms as well. So lovely to meet you all, and yeah, great to be here. So we'll get started into the presentation. Obviously, the main focus today is on the role of CFOs, which is a new work stream that the IPSASB has commenced. So just wanted to give you some background on, I guess, the impetus for the project or the work stream at the moment. So essentially, the last substantive revisions to the IPSASB code, which was specific to professional accountants in business, that occurred back in 2016. Also, just to give you a little bit of context, when we talk about a professional accountant in business, it actually relates to accountants that work in commerce, industry, service, the public sector, education, not-for-profits, regulatory or professional bodies, and it can be an employer, contractor, partner, director, owner, manager, or volunteer. So it's essentially, professional accountants that are working anywhere outside of a public practice, essentially. So that's why it's obviously of relevance today in terms of being here and hearing your views as well in relation to the public sector. So when those revisions back in 2016, they were essentially addressing the responsibilities when you're preparing or presenting information from an ethical perspective, and also around dealing with pressure to breach the fundamental principles. So the fundamental principles are essentially objectivity, integrity, professional competence and due care, confidentiality and professional behaviour. And the aim was then to ensure that the code remained appropriate and robust for those that are working in business. And again, when I say business, I mean outside of public practice, essentially. So in terms of the work we've done so far, over Q3 and Q4 this year, we've commenced desktop research on recent literature, industry surveys, into the evolving role of CFOs, and also had some initial stakeholder outreach with professional accounting organisations, the IFAC PAIB, the Professional Accountants in Business, their advisory board, and now obviously you guys as well. What we've seen to find is that consistently there has been a an expansion or an evolution of the role of the CFO from one that's primarily been focused on the financial steward, being a financial steward, but also to becoming a strategic leader with responsibilities around governance, sustainability now, digital transformation, also enterprise risk. We've seen that this also has resulted in an elevation of the role of the CFO within organisations, as obviously there's a critical role around overseeing reliability, integrity of financial information, but now more so as well sustainability information, but also around driving long-term value of organisations, and then also around ethical and operational decision-making as well. And what we're obviously trying to ascertain is with this transformation, there is potentially a number of new and complex ethical challenges that are resulting from that, like since we've done the last revisions of the code. And then from a bit of a backdrop to that, the IPSASB strategy and work plan for 2024 to 2027, which included that there would be a work stream to examine this evolving role of the CFOs, but also around the equivalent positions within the public sector as well, and also to identify and understand what ethical challenges they may face as a result. And what essentially that the strategy and work plan talked about was an examination of the current parts 1 and 2 of the code, because they're specific to the professional accountants in business, and whether they're providing adequate and sufficient ethical guidance to support those in those sort of positions, and whether the code remains fit for purpose as a result of this more recent sort of evolution or expansion of the role. And we also need to ascertain, and you see up there listed around, we've also issued a number of other standards since those revisions back in 2016, but they haven't been specific to PAIBs, but they do also affect them. There was standards we did on role and mindset, technology, tax planning, more recently, as David mentioned, on sustainability, because that did cover sustainability reporting as well. Also on using the work of an external expert, and we need to obviously ascertain whether those revisions also have covered adequately these changes to the role. So then at the June 25 IPSASB meeting, the board reaffirmed that this work stream would go ahead. And it was part of the revised work plan that David mentioned before for 25 to 26. Next slide, thanks. So this slide really just summarises some of the statistics that we've seen from our initial research, and highlighting that evolution of the role that I mentioned, from that traditional stewardship to more around strategic leadership, sustainability, digital transformation, etc. So numerous papers that we've referred to and reviewed, they refer to the role growing and incorporating responsibility for additional functions. The example up there talks about 82% of those that were studied have seen their role had grown. And there's also been obviously a large shift towards sustainability reporting in more recent times. And one of the statistics up there is about 90% of the listed S&P 500 issuing sustainability disclosures. There was also a more recent IFAC state of play for sustainability reporting and assurance. They've been doing a series of reports, and the more recent one showed for 2023 that 98% of which were the largest companies in those jurisdictions that were surveyed, 98% of them were reporting ESG information, and 73% of those were getting some level of assurance. And this is all predominantly on a voluntary basis at the moment, but we are obviously seeing a shift towards mandatory sustainability reporting and assurance. And then, other research has described the transition from towards having to look after long-term value creation. So not just value protection, but more around value creation and strategy, and also the importance of being an ethical leader. So I'll now pass over to Carla just to cover the next part of the presentation.
Thank you, John. Good morning, everyone. I'm Carla Vijayan, principal at IPSASB. I've been with IPSASB since 2018. I too come from public sector background. I'm Malaysian, though I started my career in audit with the Office of Auditor General. So I've actually met Angela before, a long time ago. And I also had a short stint at the XRB under the leadership of late Tony Dale, who was the CEO at that time. And those who know Tony Dale, he worked closely with Ian Ball, and they were both the architects of New Zealand public sector adopting accrual accounting. So I'm very pleased to be here, and I wish Tony was here today to be able to see this. Now, let me take you through to a journey, how CFO role has shifted and why that shift matters for ethical judgment. In reviewing the literature, the project team found that with the expanded scope as shown on this slide, it is pervasive, the expansion of that role. Across the literature, the same pattern did exist and appear. The CFO remit has grown far beyond the traditional finance function, now including HR, procurement, IT, and even performance reporting. And it often falls under the CFO's remit, not by preference, but it is by necessity. What we've found is when functions become risk intensive or data intensive, they tend to migrate towards finance function because that's where a lot of the oversight capability sits within the organization. So this naturally raises the question regarding competence and due care consideration. CFOs do not need technical expertise in every single area, but they do need sufficient understanding to recognize risks and avoid signing off on information with weak foundations. So the project team reviewed Ernst & Young 2024 Global Corporate Reporting Survey that found 78% of investors believe that new standards on sustainability will improve the sustainability disclosure. But in the same report, it says 96% of finance leaders admit that they still struggle with the quality of non-financial information. So when the role broadens in this way, it doesn't just change the workload of the CFO or the finance team. It changes the kind of ethical decision-making that the CFOs are making. And as they say, it never rains, it pours. When these pressures arises, it rarely presents as a single contained issue. It usually comes in a cluster, whether it's timing pressure, whether it's data uncertainty, and then stakeholder expectation all colliding at the same time. So first off, financial pressures can exist when we have ambitious service delivery or policy expectation, which often affect how performance is assessed and presented. Then we have non-financial reporting, which adds to complexity. CFOs are now being asked to incorporate sustainability and social impact indicators into planning and resource allocation, often in areas where we found that data maturity varies and control environment can be uneven. When it comes to technology adoption compounds these challenges. Finance teams are using analytics and automation tools faster than governance structure around technology can adapt. The project team came across many literature that mentioned that the hardest calls by CFOs are not about technical compliance, but it is about interpreting incomplete information in systems that they themselves did not design. Finally, World Economic Forum 2024 Global Risk Report mentioned that external risks such as cyber incidents or misinformation bring financial and reputational implications that are immediate and public. And this also sits under CFO's accountability footprint. So across these areas, CFOs are making decisions with incomplete information and highly visible consequences. So to understand how CFOs themselves describe these pressures, the project team then decided to run a short survey to get a better picture. The project team ran a short pulse survey between July and August this year. It was intentionally targeted as we know there's further work to be done. The aim was to understand the practical pressures that CFOs are describing and not just to produce a wholesome statistical sample. And the project team has plans to issue an extended survey, which John will come to speak on later. With this pulse survey, the project team distributed the survey through 3 CFO networks with members across jurisdiction and various organizational profiles. The question focused on professional background, tenure, awareness of the ethical codes, and the type of dilemmas they encountered. The results gave the project team a sense of direction where CFOs feel pressure and how they approach judgment calls. On this slide, you see that the project team received 135 responses with 112 completed in full. As I mentioned, it is a pulse survey, so the numbers might seem low, but we got a high-level overview on the current state of play of what CFOs experience. The respondents represented 15 jurisdictions, and what the survey gave weight to is the level of experience. More than half of the respondents have been in the CFO role for over 10 years, and the remainder have at least 3 years in tenure. So the feedback, these are the headline numbers from the Pulse survey. As I mentioned before, 56% have been in their role for more than 10 years. So the views expressed in the Pulse survey reflect individuals with operational and governance experience. 35% of them are professional accountants, with another 3% part qualified or in progress. That means roughly 2/3 of the survey respondents are non-PAs. And as per the result of the survey, non-PA ethical orientation typically came from the employer code rather than the professional code. 32% of the respondents reported that they face an ethical dilemma in the past 5 years. Given the seniority of the group, the proportion is notable, although the project team did think that that number is debatable, and hence is one of those questions we'd like to explore more in the extended survey. On ethical awareness, the patterns were divergent. Among PAs, 40% of them follow their own PAO code, PAO means Professional Accountancy Organization, while 21% follow the ISBA code, and the rest either followed no code or they weren't sure themselves. Among the non-PAs, most of them relied on an internal employer code, while a smaller number uses national or industry codes. And then we also found that 12% operate with no formal code at all. So this mix did tell us two things. First, ethical expectation cut across all CFOs regardless of background. Second, the reference points they used relied on varied widely, which affects the consistency on how difficult judgments are made. The survey also shed some light on the nature of the ethical dilemmas that the respondents shared with us. What the project team found most interesting than the category themselves is what makes these dilemmas difficult in practice. Number one, performance targets, whether it's financial or non-financial, often rest on uncertain data. CFOs have to decide what is reasonable and what needs qualification. Number two, sustainability-related issues arise because data usually originate outside of the finance system. Controls and variations can vary, so CFOs are making calls on reliability when systems are not fully developed. Third one is on conflict of interest. CFO often sit between interests of several stakeholders, whether it's the government, the boards, auditors, and the public. Judgment about escalation or transparency are rarely as straightforward. And lastly is digital governance. Digital governance issues reflect the speed at which tools and models are being adopted. Oversight and controls often lag behind, and yet accountability remains with the CFO. So to wrap it up, across all of these, the common feature is that there is incomplete information and competing expectations on the CFO. When you look across the findings, another pattern emerges. The survey indicates that most CFOs do not feel fully equipped for handling these ethical dilemmas. And that's not necessarily a comment on the ability or the competence. It does reflect the fact that many of these issues fall outside the traditional finance training and established control frameworks. Most respondents relied on internal policies, which can vary widely, and very few reference external ethical frameworks. And that gap becomes more visible as CFO responsibility expands into sustainability, technology, and broader risk areas. So we're essentially seeing a structural rematch that the CFO role has broadened, but the tools and reference points supporting ethical judgment haven't really shown the expansion at the same pace. So it is not about adding more rules. It is about making sure the project team wants to make sure that CFOs have clearer, more consistent support for the kind of judgment that they're already making. So with that, I'll pass it back to John. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. So we'll just briefly go through the terms of reference for the project team, which were approved at the September IPSASB meeting. There was actually a very robust discussion during the board meeting, in particular around how to address CFOs or equivalent roles that are not performed by the non-professional accountants, so those that are outside of the accounting profession. There was a range of different views that were expressed. So first of all, whether the code remains fit for purpose and fully serves the public interest if it only applies to a minority of individuals who undertake CFO roles. So as Carla mentioned, it was only an initial survey, but it was showing that in that survey, only 1/3 were actually from the profession. Another view was around the public interest impact is the same, whether it's a professional accountant or not a professional accountant that's undertaking the role. But the concern is whether potentially the different parts of the CFO community are subject to different ethical rigor or ethical aspects and requirements. There was also discussion about IPSASB's mandate, and also obviously we're focused on professional accountants, but so there was discussion around that and whether we can actually focus beyond that. There was also a bit of a discussion around the terminology, and that there was a view that using the term CFO is too narrow. There was some examples. So, for example, you might have in large organisations where there's a CFO who might be sitting on the board, but then there's CFOs within the group that look after divisions or geographies. But also that they come with various different titles. It could be, a finance director, a controller, chief administrative officer, or some other title as well. So in terms of the objectives of the project team, the first one is to gather information on the evolving role of the CFO, but also equivalent senior finance roles within the private or the public sector, and to understand the ethical challenges that come with these roles, and in particular with the evolution of the role. So essentially the focus is on the role itself, and we're not focusing on whether it's undertaken by an accountant or someone from outside the profession. The second objective is exploring via research and also stakeholder engagement whether the current provisions in the code in parts 1 and 2, whether they're adequately supporting and providing ethical guidance to CFOs to address any new implications from an ethical perspective or challenge resulting from the evolving role. And as previously mentioned, we'll be looking at the other recent revisions to the code that I mentioned around like technology, tax, sustainability, etc. The third objective is to determine whether non-authority material or some other sort of guidance or case studies or those sorts of things might be useful in raising awareness and emphasising the key code provisions that relate to the role. And then the fourth objective is about gathering and understanding the nature and extent of involvement of CFOs that come from outside the profession. So we'll obviously look and examine the landscape and collect information where we can around what proportion that come from outside the profession and whether the expectations from an ethical perspective align to those of professional accountants, just to determine whether there is a level playing field or whether there is a difference in terms of expectations or consistency. And as Carla mentioned, the pulse survey, but also anecdotally, we've heard that it might be roughly around 50% of those undertaking the role are from the professional accounting organisations or members of those. But one thing I think in the pulse survey, we didn't have a lot of responses from the public sector as well. So we're definitely really interested to hear your views today on that particular aspect in question as well. And then another really important, which is the fifth objective listed up there, is around raising awareness of what we're doing for this work stream. So even from our pulse survey where we found that 40% of those that were from the accounting profession did not either believe that they were subject to a code or they were unaware. So basically it was 40% of that which was a little bit alarming to find that 40% of the profession were not actually aware of their ethical obligations. So even as a minimum, we think it's a really important aspect of this project is around raising awareness of existing ethical obligations and requirements. And then finally, yeah, the intention is to develop a report and provide that to the IPSASB by September this year, September 26, with recommendations around the way forward. Next slide, thanks. So just in terms of the approach, we've already started desktop research, but we'll continue that. We've engaged an academic, Dr. Mukesh Garg, which we believe IPSASB is also used for research as well. So he's looking at what available empirical evidence there is in respect of the role itself and the expansion of the role, but also whether there are associated ethical challenges as a result. So he's commenced that work, and we're having progress meetings with him on that. We'll engage with relevant experts and various other stakeholders, both informally and informally, and the next slide covers that in a little bit more detail. We'll look at whether it's appropriate to issue communications during the process of phase one. We'll update the board quarterly in terms of our activities undertaken. And then next year, Q1 to Q2, we've pushed forward a little bit now, but we're undertaking face-to-face and virtual outreach. And then, preliminary findings in Q2 next year, and then a final report in September. Next slide. So just, briefly in terms of our engagement plan, I sort of already mentioned what we've done in Q3 and Q4. Next year, Q1 and Q2, we'll be undertaking a series of global roundtables, one covering the EU, one we'll be doing in New York after the March board meeting, also in Kenya, and another one in Hong Kong, and then a virtual one for Latin America is the plan. Various other focus groups. Carla mentioned we're looking at doing an extended survey, which we've developed that. Another one specific for CFOs, but expanding on the initial questions and going into a bit more deeper detail to get more information from that, and also to get a more broad and global representation from responses. But similarly, we're also going to create a similar survey which covers other stakeholders. So, for example, professional accounting organisations, investors, people within organisations, regulators, all those sort of stakeholders. So that's, well, pretty much it. We'll go to the next slide, and it was really just, I guess, to ask if there's any general questions or comments around the work stream, but then obviously we'll go into the breakout groups and have more detailed conversation, but just if there was any overall comments or questions.
Right, thank you, John. Comments on the board? I might just ask you one to begin with. I was very interested, and like you, quite shocked actually, that the level of membership of professional accountancy organisations. And I just wondered, you mentioned you'd sort of differentiated between time in role, and I just wondered if there was any differences in terms of the groups, those who'd maybe been in the role longer, or those versus those coming in more recently. Did you get any sort of sense on that?
From the initial pulse survey, we did find those who mentioned that they face ethical dilemma were from the group that had been in a role for more than 10 years. So we can draw on initial correlation that, that the longer they've been in a role, the more of the instances. But in saying that, those who've been in the role for 3 years, they've also mentioned that they face ethical dilemmas, especially around issues around disclosure on accessibility metrics. So that is an interesting one, although the numbers are a bit low, but I think that when we issue the extended survey, we might see a different number.
Maybe I'll jump in a little bit if that's okay, Ian and Carla. So I would say for the CFOs that have been in roles for less time, there's more awareness of the responsibilities and the requirements because the education, the reinforcement is newer. So we actually probably see a higher instance there, including the recognition of some ethical dilemmas, but don't necessarily have the experience that the 10+ year tenure senior finance people do. It's interesting as you're in the role even longer, sometimes it appears, and again, that's why I think John said a little bit earlier, we'll have to explore a bit more, that perhaps there's a little bit of complacency is probably too strong a word, but I think it's this idea that it's just so familiar that there's not necessarily active thought about it. And that's something I think we need to understand a little bit as well, and how that might be addressed. So I think there's a bit of a difference in that sense, but it's also important to recognize there are geographic differences. So there are differences in awareness and in professional accounting bodies and alignment to those between geographies as well. Some geographies have a very high instance of individuals in senior finance leadership roles, including, of course, the CFO, that belong to a professional body, a professional accounting body, and other countries have a very low instance. So again, part of what we have to think about is how does that weigh in? Because the Pulse survey was a limited number of countries, of course, as you would expect it to be given the time, but the more extensive survey will look to do more outreach with more countries. So we could see an evolution of what those geographic differences might be as well, beyond just tenure. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thanks very much. So what we might do is I'll just take a range of sort of comments or questions from around the board. I've got 4 flags up here. So if we just put those comments on the table and then come back to you for sort of responses. So if I'll just go around, so Scott, Yakuba, David, and then Adrian.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing the information. As you mentioned, you kind of a small survey, it's very geographical based. So just reflecting, by the way, my background's in academics, so I'm very concerned about your selection bias here. So, but thinking about, sometimes you need to go where people are. So there's a lot of industry groups out there that actually CFOs are members of. Have you thought of actually teaming up with those groups? Because they will probably get you a better response rate than you trying to go out under your own name, because they go out. I know several in the US, but there's also globally organizations where CFOs tend to come around and they're more likely to respond to something that you're talking about than just responding to you. Just a thought.
Great, thanks, Scott. So Yakuba, to you next.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So I want more maybe insight on the geography and the statistic that have been presented, because I'm wondering if developing countries were taken into account, because say in the public sector in those countries, sometimes the role is not based on the qualification. It is based on ruling, it is based on law, etc. So I'm wondering if they have been taken into account, in what way we can address that kind of issues as well. Because in our jurisdiction, we already have adopted the code. So I'm figuring out if we change the code right now, what will be the perception when a code is coming with other things that they never discussed, they were never asked to respond to those issues. So thank you.
Thanks, Yakuba. David, and then Adrian.
Thank you very much. It was just a question. You referred to CFOs who followed the PAO code of ethics and CFOs who followed the IPSASB code of ethics. And I wondered how many PAOs actually base their code of ethics on IPSASB, because I thought that was, if you're a PAO as a member of IFAC, I thought you were supposed to, but just a thought.
Thanks, David. Adrian.
Thank you for that very interesting presentation. For me, it gives a room for very basic questions about what you describe as the new role, CFOs, and new responsibilities. What I don't really understand is that, should we take that expansion for granted, or is it something that we should question? Why do I put this question? Because in one of your slides, I don't remember exactly, take note, but you said CFO is now on the front line, on the first line of defense, in the organization. And well, this is quite questionable to me because if we refer to the 3-line of defense model, the first line is made of a number of, a number of structures and organizations and responsibilities, and not only in the hands of a financial officer or whatever you call it, even if you expand his role. And okay, by experience as a public auditor, I've seen so often risk management, ethics issues, etc., left in the hands of a financial officer or whatever, VP in charge of general administration, secretary general or whatever, which encourages all other important actors of the organization, such as operational actors. It encourages them to avoid their responsibility, even more relinquish their responsibilities as part and active actors of a global overall strategy, risk management, etc. So I'm not very, comfortable with the idea that CFOs or future responsible people for whatever you think is a global support role, that they are given the only responsibility to take care of those issues. It's for me, it's a bit frightening, I would say, because when operational executives avoid their responsibilities with regards to ethical issues, management risks, well, there's going to probably be a problem.
Thanks very much, Vieira. So any comments on the observations?
Yes, David, I'll have an attempt at addressing the first 3 questions, and I might pass the last one to you if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, so Scott, just on your question around the survey, yes, it was limited, and we had a short period of time. We did go out through 3 separate CFO alliance groups. So there was the International CFO Alliance, CFO Mastermind, and one other one I can't remember top of my head. But so we did go through those 3 organisations to get that out. We did get the response. The majority of the responses were from the EU, and in particular Italy and France, where the majority of the responses came from. But in saying that, that's why we want to do this extended survey and have it for a longer period of time and go through a number of different various channels, and like you mentioned that, and also through like the professional accounting organisations through their memberships and various other channels. So we want to expand it as much as we can to get a more global response and a more coverage in that sense. Which sort of goes to your question as well, Yakuba, in terms of the geography. As I said, it was concentrated in mainly Italy and France, and we do understand that in Italy, in France, for example, there is a large proportion of those from outside the profession that undertake the roles. So it's not necessarily a complete picture from a global perspective, but that's why we need to go further with that. And in terms of developing countries, obviously we want to find out more about that as well. And we're undertaking a global roundtable in Kenya. So it's not just Kenya-based. We want to try and get as many different jurisdictions there as well. But from discussions as well from with a couple of our board members, one from Kenya, one from Nigeria, the board member from Kenya said, in that instance, almost all those in the public sector will be from the accounting profession. And then almost the opposite story in Nigeria. It was like almost all a high proportion will not be from the accounting profession. And also just your question about changes to the code. There is no predetermined outcome from this work stream at the moment. We're just exploring whether the role has evolved, how it's expanded, and whether it's already adequately covered by the code. And if it's not, there's a gap, then we may address it through the standard setting, but that's somewhat down the track, and it would go through additional part of our due process, like exposure drafts and all that sort of thing. But ultimately, we may also determine that we really just need to address this through like guidance material or awareness raising or whatever it is. So there's certainly no predetermined outcome of that, if that makes sense. And then, David, your question about the code and adoption of the ISBA code. So you're exactly right. So under the Statement of Membership Obligations, which is for professional accounting organisations, SMO4 directly addresses the ISBA code, and there is, yes, a requirement essentially to adopt the code or at least have your best endeavours, because it sort of depends on whether you've got direct influence on or can directly adopt the code, or because sometimes it's obviously through like it might be a ministry that has the ability, the authority to adopt. So they have to at least take their best endeavours to ensure that the code or the most latest version of the code is adopted. Some jurisdictions adopt the code directly. That's not generally the case. More often than not, they'll have their own code which converges with the code. And as earlier on David mentioned, there is different levels of adoption. We do have over 100 jurisdictions that have at least adopted the 2018 or later version of the code, if that makes sense. So I hope that's addressed your question there as well. And so David, the curly one.
Yeah, so
we
before I get
delegation upwards.
It's totally fine. Before I get into the fourth question, because I agree it's a relevant question, I just wanted to add a little bit more color to the survey so you all had it. So while the concentration of responses may have come from Europe, the pulse survey actually went out to a lot more countries, and we did get responses from them, just not necessarily the lion's share. So to give you some sense of who they are, it included Mexico, Brazil, Argentina. It included Tunisia, Morocco, Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso. It included Nigeria, South Africa, and a number of other smaller countries as well. So we actually do outreach, and the International CF Alliance has a number of countries, not just in developed countries, but also in emerging countries or emerging economies, in the sense of making sure that we get that feedback. So the next session will continue to go out widely, and it'll go beyond what we did as well. We want to make sure we include Asia, Southeast Asia, Australia, and North America as well as part of that. So I just wanted to give a little bit more color so that you all understood it did go out much further. It was just who chose to respond to it in the short period of time that we had. So with that, I'll just leave that as context for you. And for the fourth question, you're absolutely right. The CFO is not the first line of defense for the entire organization, and neither should he or she be. At the end of the day, we need to make sure that each functional area continues to carry on their responsibility and accountability for their area as their first line of defense. What we're really trying to get at here is that the CFO is the first line of defense when it comes to financial related impacts or matters that ultimately end up making their way either internally for decision making or externally. So it's making sure that we're contextualizing for that. But certainly, to your point, there is no attempt whatsoever to have the CFO take on that responsibility for the entire organization. So if that was the impression we gave you, certainly that was not the intent. This really is for the finance function, but also recognizing that sometimes things start in other areas. As we all know, data might start in other areas, and that functional owner has responsibility for it. However, that does not absolve the finance individual from responsibility for validation, etc., if that same data is going to be used for external disclosure purposes. So hopefully that answers your question and gives you context. But you're absolutely right. The real enterprise risk management of an organization is multifaceted and will remain so. And this project won't change that.
You want to come back in, Vedra?
Yes, just for a very short follow-up. Yeah, thank you for clarifying this. Well, it was not very clear. This is why I put the question, of course. But also, thank you for clarifying, because it happens that in many organizations, public organizations, the one I know better at least, and mainly smaller organizations, there is temptation to create that confusion role of a CFO or a Secretary General or whoever in charge of this global support role in those, in those areas such as risk management. And I've seen in many smaller public organizations that confusion really in force. I've seen that. So this is good that you clarify that and that they don't understand that you are advocating for an expanded role, a global role, company-wise or organization-wise, or for the CFOs.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks, Adrian. So I think at that point, I think we feel, well briefed on what's looking like a very interesting project. So what I'd suggest is, Kamira, are you okay to hold your question until, because what I'm going to suggest is we go to the breakout groups now, and we have till 10:30 when we have the coffee break. So if you want to, if the discussion is still going on, feel free to sort of carry on a bit into the coffee break, and then when we come back after the coffee break at 11, just ask for some very brief headlines from the discussion. So Dave, I think you've got the process on this.
So Ian, I think you covered it really well. I don't have a lot to add. I'll just state that we did put the breakout groups up on the slide right now. The one wrinkle is that David and I will be going to the orange room, and we'll be taking anyone that's virtually participating in the meeting. I've sent a link out last night, so you'll be able to participate that way. But please take a look at the slide and see where you're going. And you'll see in each room, there'll be an IPSASB staff or a board member, IPSASB staff there to support the discussion, and then a note taker as well. And as Ian mentioned, after the break, we'll all come back, and IPSASB staff and IPSASB staff will summarize what happened in the room, and then we'll have board members add color if there's any more color to add. So that's it, and I look forward to the breakouts.
So for those allocated to this room, I'd like to invite you to come up closer and join us around the main table here if you're in the second row. And if the seats around the main table fill up, then we'll use the seats behind. Especially you, Baudouin, you're not allowed in the back row. So please come and join us. Abdullah, please come and join us. Oh, you're in the orange room? Oh. Well, I'm trying to steal you from my room, but you can go to the orange room if you want. Everyone's free to participate. Johanna, come and join us. I'm sure you have lots to say on this from the UN perspective. Yeah, no problem. To the extent I can. And for those joining us at the table, and whenever you want to speak, you can just use the card in front of you. Even if it's not your name, that's fine. Just stand it up and we'll bring you into the conversation. Edwin's our scribe. So if you have any points that you really want him to emphasize, make sure you let him know and he'll capture it. So I think, I don't know, David, are you coming back? Are you in our room? Or are you sent? Okay. You're late.
Okay, so I gather we had some very good breakout discussions, and we will get some feedback in a minute. But I did mention when we saw her photo on screen that Gabriela Figueiredo Diaz was in the building, and she's here just to say hi. She's late for a call, I know, but I persuaded her just to say hi, and she will hopefully join us later.
Well, thank you very much, Ian. Yes, I'm in the building. You might not recognize me because I'm wearing glasses now because I have an eye issue. And I should be in a meeting, but I couldn't resist coming here and saying hello to all of you because over my almost 4 years term, I never had an opportunity to say hello, introduce myself to this important group. I'm very happy. I literally have 2 minutes, but I'd like to share with you my satisfaction that for the first time the IPSASB is presenting to IPSASB. This should have happened before, but we do it in when we can. And I hope that this is the start of a very good relationship between the two boards. There is more that connects us than what separates us. This focus on the public interest is really something that we share. The IPSASB cares about it like any other thing and no other thing. That's what we are here for. It's very relevant to bring awareness about the importance of ethics in accounting standards and for the accountants. So there is a close relationship between everything that we do. There is a close relationship in terms of the objectives that we pursue. And of course, we can only be better together than we are working separately and in separate streams. Ian and I, we have been connecting over these 4 years, but this never happened before. So I wish you a very good morning or rest of the morning working together with IPSASB. I hope that my colleagues, John and Carla and David on the screen have made a good job in getting you enthusiastic about what IPSASB does. Usually people tend to think that we are just dreamers, lunatics, thinking about very idealistic things. I hope that they brought you some concrete things and concrete ideas about how concretely and objectively we contribute to trust in financial reporting, trust in accounting, trust in the profession, and etc. It's about what we call hard ethics, not about being good people, which we are, by the way, but that's not the subject of what we do. So thank you very much for this opportunity, Ian. Thank you very much for bringing me here and for stealing you a few minutes. I'm leaving, but I hope to see you later today, at least for some minutes at the farewell drinks. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Gabriela. Great to see you. Okay, so with that, if we proceed just to sort of get some headline feedback from the sessions, I gather that there have been some very good discussions. So, Dave, are you going to lead off?
So I'll kick off for the hybrid room, and I can only speak for my room, but the discussions were really great and some really interesting perspectives and really broad perspectives. So I'll touch on 4 points, and I think we'll go through all the IPSASB staff, and then maybe we'll bring it back for a group discussion if there's any points that you want to clarify. But what we touched on in our room was different types of pressure that are felt by the CFO and the reporting community, and it comes from a few different areas. The first was, in certain jurisdictions, there's an endemic corruption that exists within that jurisdiction that can add just intense pressure on the CFO community to make decisions or report or sign off on things they might not agree with. That's not necessarily everywhere in the world, but there are jurisdictions where that exists. We talked in different jurisdictions, while there might be less corruption, there's different types of political pressure. So in some jurisdictions, you'll see politicians will move a lot with the news cycle. So that can put a lot of pressure on the accounting system or the CFO community to support those decisions or get behind those decisions that they might not necessarily have time to support. They might not have enough time to support a broad financial decision in a 24-hour window where a politician is promised to move in one way or the other. We also talked about maybe shifting to a more positive note is safety in numbers and how it can be very difficult for an individual to stand up to a difficult decision. But when there's a profession around that can support that individual, where they know that there's a group of individuals that are going through the same challenging decisions, it's important to have that group, and that can really act as a strong support system. And then the last point that we talked about that was the group thought was a little more unique to the public sector was the challenges of compliance in the public sector that might not exist the same way in the private sector. We talked about how in the private sector, there's a more established financial reporting framework and that IFRS is more broadly applied across the globe. And what we're trying to do on the public sector side is develop a similar acceptance of IPSAS, and where that's not applied, where there's not a strong PFM function, there's more ability for creative decisions or creative accounting. And we thought that was more prevalent in the public sector than in the private sector. I'll stop there and look to hear from the discussions in the boardroom. Edwin, over to you.
Hello, everyone. So we had the discussion in this main boardroom. Some of the points that we talked about were that the responsibilities of a CFO in the public sector may not map directly onto a CFO role in the private sector. And specifically, we talked about how there's a focus on the use of funds in line with the budget. So that doesn't seem to be as prevalent in the private sector and needs to be considered when coming up with ethical standards. Also, we said that in many jurisdictions, the CFO office seems to be the best equipped to deal with new developments by default. So things like HR issues, whistleblower protection, procurement fraud issues all go to the CFO office. So in a way, the CFO in the public sector becomes the ethics champion of the organization. And lastly, we also talked about and this is mostly just in Europe in general, and not specifically for the public sector, but there was some discussion about how there is no real PAO for accountants in general. The PAO in one of the jurisdictions is really just for auditors. So when you're thinking about how to have applicable standards for CFOs that aren't really an auditor, there seems to be a gap, and there needs to be some consideration of how these ethical standards would also apply to these accountants who don't have a designation.
Thanks, Edwin. Alex.
Great, thank you, Chair. So we were in the green room upstairs, and then we focused our discussion, which I think was really robust, a good one, on the role itself and whether it's changing, and then kind of iterated around that. And then starting talking about the role, we actually were exploring that in the public sector. That CFO wasn't always the term or the function that's prevalent. You might be talking about an accountant general instead, or a magistrate in a French context. And in thinking about that evolution, though, there were a number of views saying that yes, there is change that's happening across the different ways that we think about this role. But at the same time, that might not actually have the qualification sitting underneath it. So there's could be low levels of professionalization in many parts of the world in the public sector, with an important distinction between what might be either elected or appointed officials, who were maybe even less likely to have these qualifications, and the interaction then between what could be a ministerial class and a civil service, that professional political interaction being unique and important in the public sector when we think about ethics and the evolution. We were also, I think, similar to what we heard a bit there, very focused on the compliance and legalistic sides of this. So kind of combining, talking about, well, what does it mean to approach an ethical framework in what can be a very compliance-focused environment as well. So are you complying with the law being the main question, not is this being applied within an ethical framework or lens? Yeah, I think other good discussions there too. We could keep going, but main points for you there, Chair and everyone. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So I think hopefully that's given you plenty of rich feedback and sort of input as you begin to shape the next stages of your project. I think there's no doubt about the fact that obviously there's a lot of interest, but also hopefully, I think you can sort of, consider us as sort of, as you try and push out and get more information, then, I think work with, staff and they can sort of bring in relevant board members who can access those different networks, because we do have a lot of, there are a lot of good networks, and you think about the FACAL network, Accountants General in Latin America, maybe even OECD. I say, looking at John here, but I think there's a lot of different networks that we're involved in that I think can actually really give you a lot of good insights. Although not for me, given it's my last meeting, but I think I'm probably not getting too far ahead of you, Thomas, to say, the board would like to sort of, not only sort of help you facilitate, but also would be interested in, when you get to the stage later on next year where you start to draw conclusions, to be brought back in. So I guess, David, perhaps if I just go to you for any sort of final words at all.
Thank you, Ian. So I think first, on behalf of Carla, John, and myself, we would really like to thank all of you for your active feedback and participation. It's hugely helpful in terms of what we do, and we absolutely look forward to continuing to collaborate together. As Gabriella said earlier, it's just the first in what I assume will be, and I know will be, many meetings together. Two things I wanted to just clarify when we do the roundtables, and I'll thank you in advance for the help you provide in bringing some of those folks from the public sector with us. We'll combine them with senior finance leaders from the private sector. There are two things I want you to keep in mind when you invite. We're going to set two very fundamental rules around our roundtables. One is the Chatham House rule will apply to every single roundtable we have. So nothing will be attributed to an individual or to an organization. So that'll hopefully help reassure anyone that participates with us on that front. And the second thing we're going to do, which probably is going to sound really obvious, might even cause a little bit of a smile, because certainly it's caused smiles in some of the conversations we've had. We will also be very mindful of who we have in rooms together. So in other words, we will not mix individuals who are in either public sector or private sector with, for example, the regulatory body, right? Because the whole idea is we want to get this information out. We want to be able to understand what happens. And we don't necessarily want to create an environment where individuals are fearful of speaking because the regulator happens to be 2 seats down from them. So I just want to let you know and hopefully reassure you when we do these roundtables, those will be the 2 fundamental rules that apply to every one of them. To help provide an environment where it really is conducive to being open and helping us understand how can we best help individuals in these roles, whether they're in public sector, private sector, or even ultimately if they're not within a professional body, what can we potentially provide that ends up helping them in their particular roles? Because obviously the public interest is what we're all thinking about. So on that note, again, just thank you very, very much for all of your feedback, your insight. We all appreciate it very, very much. Back to you, and thank you again, Ian.
Okay, so thank you very much, David. And I think those assurances in terms of how you're planning to handle the outreach, I think that's very important in terms of that approach. That should really help in terms of generating the right sort of environment of trust. So I think that thank you very much, to John and Carla for coming. David, thank you very much for taking the time to join us virtually. We look forward to supporting your endeavours and also to hearing back in terms of how you get on, what the emerging issues are and so on. So thank you very much. Very good session.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Okay, so we move back into the agenda, and now we're going to move back to item 9. Welcome, Agostina, to the table, and we will start talking about COV and IPSAS 31. I won't say any more. I'll let you let you get into it, Agostina. So moving back into standard setting role now. Okay.
Thank you so much, Ian. And a little bit of a chuckle because we understand sensitivity around this subject, as we have had some conversations across since we started this week. So we are discussing back measurement, specifically on the application of COV in IPSAS 31. In June, the IPSASB decided to continue this analysis separate from the publication of amendments to IPSAS standards as a result of the application of IPSAS 46. And in this agenda paper, you have 5 agenda items, a paper overview, a summary of the responses received, acknowledging that we discussed those back in June and we're now in December, and 3 agenda papers with recommendations to the IPSASB, where we're seeking further input potentially, and we will discuss this as we go along. So first, starting the discussion on agenda item 2.1 and 2.2, which I'll do together. In agenda item 2.1, we look to provide the IPSASB with this project overview, discussing the starting and the development of COV. As stakeholders with the consultation of measurement had told the IPSASB that a fair value aligned with IFRS 13 was presenting practical challenges as well as inappropriate for the measurement of operational capacity. And in 2023, the IPSASB decided to initiate this project on the application of COV across IPSAS standards. Specifically, the scope of the project was about evaluating COV in IPSAS standards that allow for current value measurement. So it was pretty narrow in the sense that focused on measurement and not recognition considerations. And in August 2024, the ED 90 got published and was exposed for 120 days. And one of those proposals was to revise initial and subsequent measurement for IPSAS 31, introducing COV as one of those current value measures. We received in November of 2025 a total of 26 comment letters, and that we were discussed with the IPSASB back in June, as I said, noting support for the proposal, but at the same time acknowledging there was a significant numbers of respondents that were aligned with the alternative view and therefore raised concerns. I will discuss the main concerns at this time. They were about suggesting the IPSASB should be prudent to wait for the ISB to complete its project on IS 38 that has a much broader scope than the scope of the IPSASB, and therefore consider a COV to be measured at that time. They also raised concerns about measurement inconsistency for intangibles that might be the same intangible, but because they're held for different purposes, you will measure them at COV or fair value, and potentially leading to more revaluations. Another one was that potentially some of the COV principles seem to be more relevant to tangibles than intangible assets. And the fourth one was raised concerns how COV at subsequent measurement was not proposed to have to be required to be measured by a reference to an active market, how is the case for fair value. We will be discussing today this main topics, and specifically in 3 agenda items, but all of the issues raised to the IPSASB are getting discussed today. But then ahead of doing that, I think it will be a good opportunity to ask the IPSASB, and I will pass it back to the chair, to see if the IPSASB has identified additional considerations that are not discussed on those papers that you think we should take away for a future meeting with the IPSASB. I'll pass it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think, very much what we want to do in this discussion is hear from board members, and as many board members as possible, just where their thinking has got to based on, this more detailed analysis of what stakeholders have said, because we know that, as Agustina has already described, although there was a majority in support of bringing COV in, by no means was that conclusive, and there are a number of issues that would need to be followed up. So very much that's what this discussion is about today, is actually give board members an opportunity to reflect on what Agustina has brought together, and then let's just see where the board actually is. So I think, probably the easiest thing is dive straight in, Agustina, and then let's just see where the discussion actually gets to.
Thank you. So in that case, what I'll do, I'll move us on to agenda item 9.2.3. This agenda item was set up in a way to discuss the concerns that related more to the conceptual applicability of COV. And therefore we parked on whether COV should be introduced with an active market restriction to the following paper, where we can have that further discussion in that organized fashion. So the agenda item, as I said, focuses in the analysis regarding the conceptual nature. Majority of respondents seem to support that COV is conceptually applicable for COV. Apologies for IPSAS 31. However, as noted, there were some significant concerns raised on its conceptual applicability. In staff analysis, what we tried to focus was first to determine whether it's a public sector issue to introduce COV. In particular, that consideration took into account that, yes, we acknowledge ISB has its own project, but how the IPSASB develops standards is to leverage from the private sector, but where there's a need to depart for such guidance, the IPSASB will make its own amendments. So therefore, staff kind of looked at COV and determined whether is this an aligned concept that we have with ISB or is it public sector specific, and the paper kind of elaborates on that concept. The other consideration was on whether COV is conceptually applicable, and we know that with the update of Chapter 7 of the conceptual framework, the IPSASB determined that when we want to provide the most relevant measurement information from a current value perspective, the reason or the intended purpose of why the entity holds the asset is relevant, and therefore we created this split of saying that if you hold that asset to generate economic benefits, a better measure will be fair value, but however, if it is for its operational capacity, COV will provide better information because it focuses on the cost of services and operational services as opposed to the economic benefits. And lastly, what we looked at was the consideration of the inconsistency in measurements, because it was brought up that potentially in an intangible asset, you will now have, and I'm going to use one of Angela's example, the fishing licenses, but you have both private sector and public sector holding those, and therefore when you have that intangible, if the entity has made a decision to use the current value, you will have fishing license from a private sector that unless there's an active market, you wouldn't have a current value for, while with COV, you will be able to apply the cost approach to measure that fishing license. But IPSASB staff kind of look back to consider what are the guidance from that perspective. With that, I'm truly want to just highlight that from a staff perspective at this meeting, it's not that there's a proposal to say COV needs to be introduced, rather we're trying to understand conceptually does it make sense, and on a later paper we'll discuss how to introduce it, but we are really seeking your input because I know that there's opposing views and potentially there's some common elements or further things that we need to do. And with that, I will pass it to the chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Agustina. And I think we're aware that, you know, whichever way you go, there are practical issues that need to be addressed. So, you know, I think, as you say, in terms of the recommendation, the question that we need to focus on is conceptually, does the board see this as relevant, bearing in mind the introduction? Before we get board members, Fabienne, if you can just bring in comments from the CAG on this issue, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Ian. Yes, quick words from a few words from the CAG here. You may recall that in December 2023, CAG members discussed introducing the current operational value across IPSASs, and they commented on the merits of the conceptual approach over the practical approach. And they did not identify any reason to depart from that view for any specific standards, such as IPSAS 31. Just wanted to bring that. Thank you.
Okay, so I think it's useful to have had that external input and that reminder of that. So just really interested then in opening up for comments from board members in terms of their views on, having seen the analysis, what are your views then on the conceptual applicability of COV? Angela, and can you keep it brief, because I want to make sure we've got plenty of...
Well, that's a challenge now.
Yeah.
No, it is brief, but I was waiting for someone else to put their hand up actually, but I'll kick it off. And actually, I don't have any of the answers right now. That's what I want you to know, is how I've approached this. There was a question, is it conceptually applicable? And that led me to 4 questions in my mind. And the first question was, are there intangibles held for operational capacity in the public sector? And I went, tick, yes, absolutely. Can a COV or depreciated replacement cost idea be applied to subsequent measurement of those intangibles held for operational capacity? And I'm going to deliberately use the word in theory, yes. In fact, depreciated replacement cost, COV, can be used to value anything in terms of as long as you're, comfortable with making assumptions. So tick yes. It's my third question, which is where I have some questions around the resulting valuation. And my question is, will the application of COV or depreciated replacement cost result in a value that faithfully represents the asset? That's my fundamental question. I do not know the answer to. It's a very big question for me because of the unique nature of intangibles. And I'm going to keep it short so we can talk about examples later. But there's some really unique characteristics where I come from a jurisdiction that applies DRC pervasively to tangible assets. There are some big questions conceptually whether it makes sense to apply them to intangibles. I'm also aware that there's very little practice that I'm aware of DRC to intangibles in the public sector. So it's almost like a new valuation framework. I have lots of examples in the tangible space. Before you did IPSASB 46, people were doing cost approach to infrastructure. So there's very little out there for me to test whether they faithfully represent the asset. And my fourth question is, once we establish, maybe through examples and listening to others and actually thinking about the conceptual nature of applying DRC, is IPSASB 46 sufficient as it stands for practitioners to apply it? And that is, for me, is a very hard no, because I think I need more answers to question 3, before I can confidently say, have you thought of not only the practical issues, but the conceptual issues when you did IPSASB 46? And as it stands, as someone who wasn't involved, it feels missing for me. So those are my 4 questions. I hope I've kept it brief.
You've risen to my challenge, Angela. Well done. Thank you. So I've got Claudia and then Patricia.
So thank you, Agustina, for the paper. So following what you brought out, it still keeps in mind that conceptually, I believe, if it's applicable. What is the outcome if you should make some amendments to IPSASB 46 or something? That's a different topic. But the concept that we have assets, intangible assets holding for their operational capacity, and they are often not possible to sell them, it would look bizarre to use an exit value for value them in the current value model. As we are don't using the current value model, so I don't really can say something about the practical topic, but from the idea behind current value, I use a measure just for exit. In the exit value of an intangible asset could be increasable high because we have intangible assets which are highly interested in the public sector, or even some, I wouldn't say in the originally market, like cybersecurity software, whatever, developed to protect the government. So we have a lot of topics with the software. So I appreciate if we can agree on conceptually it should be applicable. What it means, next step.
Thank you, Claudia. So Patricia.
I think it's the same challenge related to the tangible assets that I think it's not so different in relation to tangible and intangible, because there are some restrictions to have a reliable measurement. And in general, I think I need to split the question considering the initial recognition and subsequent measurement. Initial recognition, if I consider COV, I can recognize, in my view, I can recognize more assets than before, because fair value is more complex to apply because of some assumption. And for non-exchange transaction, now the requirement is to measure at fair value. And probably some asset is not possible to be recognized in the financial statements. For subsequent measurement, I think this is an option. It's not mandatory, and there is an option. And in that case, the entity decides about to apply or not COV, considering the result in terms of the information. If the entity would like to estimate the operational capacity and cost of services in considering the current value, you use the entities, you use COV, but it's not mandatory. Yeah, and then I think I can, and the other question is, I think when I considering COV based on market approach and COV based on cost approach, I have different complexity here. Because when I said about market approach, normally I am considering assets that are not specialized. I only use a cost approach when I have a specialized assets, and then in this case, I need to evaluate in depth. And I think, yeah, my position is yes, COV is applicable, should be included in the IPSAS 41, but some requirements need to be included. But I will discuss in the next speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. So go to Renee next. I'm literally just collecting comments from board members at this stage.
So on the question of whether it's applicable conceptually, yes, I agree. I think that the purpose of the project so far has been to refine what the current value measurement means in a context of intangibles. We are already, as Patricia said, I pretty much agree with everything she said, but I want to reinforce that we have to use fair value. Fair value is a recognized measurement in the standard already today. We have changed the definition of fair value. It's now highest and best use. It's a very narrowly defined concept that doesn't necessarily apply to intangible assets, especially for those for operational capacity. So I think it's very logical that we refine the standard as a foundation. We start there. I understand that the IASB is working on their own project, and I think it's a different scope. I think it's to look at different refinement, reflecting everything that's going on in the external context. You know, with everything, we're living in an intangible world more and more, right? So I think that's where they're going. But I think while they're doing that project, I see absolutely no issue, and I think it's to our constituent, it's important that we solidify the basis. And leaving IPSAS 31 just based on fair value right now, it seems disconnected from all the work we did on IPSAS 46 and on the tangible asset side. The same complexities exist on both types of assets. So I'm not going to repeat, but I agree with that view.
Okay, thanks, Renee. Andrew.
Thanks. I'm perhaps more in Angela's camp on this, and I think perhaps if I reflect internally, what gets me is perhaps the words conceptual, and being an accountant, when I hear conceptual, I go conceptual framework, and I start thinking of the qualitative characteristics. And I think that's where I get stuck, is I'm not sure that COV, the way that at least I understand it now, and would perhaps apply it to the examples that I can think of intangibles within the public sector that are on balance sheet, because I think we've got to limit our scope to those. The broader project is what potentially could come in. I'm not convinced that we would get to something that would have a faithful representation based on the current principles within COV. I'm not set. I've got a big question mark on that. And so I think, what would be useful is to see examples about how do we see COV applying? How do we, will it result in a faithful representation? What does that information mean, for example? Could we come up with a reliable measure, etc.? And I think reflecting on when we developed COV for the first time, I mean, we intensely focused on tangibles. Our discussions were all on that. The examples we did on that, and the examples were really useful, at least to me. I remember, we were looking at schools on unused capacity in hospitals, and it was good to flesh out those details. And I think it would be really good to go through intangible assets to see that as well. So I think similar to Angela, from a theoretical perspective, operational capacity, intangibles, yes, I can tick that box. I think it's then going to, will this actually produce conceptually sound information is where I've got a question mark at the moment. And so I think we need to do more exploratory work in that area.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. So other members that haven't input so far, where are you on this? Scott, then you, Kuba.
Yeah, since you called us out. Okay, so anyway, yeah, I'm supportive. To me, if you don't answer yes to this, you don't get to the next question that Andrew went to answer. So to me, you have to answer this yes to get to the how. And that's what I'm hearing around the how. So I think conceptually it is. It's an asset. And I think if we did it for tangibles, I think conceptually it works for intangibles. Now the issue is how, and I think that's where we're getting to next. And I think it may turn out how we get there may not be practical, but we don't know the answer to that yet. So I would say yes to this for now.
Thanks, Scott. You, Kuba.
So for me, it is also yes. When I went through the papers, all the analysis, I think everything that have been brought by members or constituents were covered. So all the concern are addressed. So maybe if there is new one, we need to take it forward. If not, based on the paper that have been produced, it is a big yes.
Thanks, Kuba. Sunjin.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I've been thinking why we cannot apply the COV concept. So based on concept level, I also agree that, yeah, can be applied. Probably more discussion and debate will be focused on after this concept level. But for now, I'm saying yes.
Okay. Any others want to contribute? I mean, what I'm hearing so far is, essentially conceptually, members are saying, yes, it makes sense. And then, to Scott's point, then, if you said yes conceptually, then clearly there are some, questions as outlined in terms of, okay, how then would you operationalize that? And I think, then those are legitimate questions. If you looked at, let's say 3 or 4 different, key examples that you get across the public sector, okay, how would you approach those, in terms of the measurement techniques that you would apply, because then I think you do get back to that, actually, is this producing useful and reliable and, all of those kinds of questions. And to an extent, the answer to that may be different depending on the jurisdiction, whether it's generally using current values or is rooted in historical cost and things like that. But it does seem to me that, where we've got to is there is support conceptually. So if you like, there's a kind of provisional tick there in terms of moving forward with that. But then that moves us into the next stage of the debate, which is, okay, let's pick some prevalent examples and then let's just explore it in more detail about what would be involved in that. And then I think there is genuinely a question, which is, okay, if we think as a board that you can get there in terms of techniques, is there sufficient guidance in IPSAS 46, or do you need more guidance, added to, let's say, IPSAS 31, that, is sort of down the road, if you like, because obviously when we set up IPSAS 46, we deliberately kept that at a high level on the understanding that then there might well be need for more detailed guidance for individual standards level within that overall set of principles. So I think the proposition on the table is that we say a sort of provisional yes, but then that moves us into that next stage, which is, okay, let's have a look at some key examples, and that might be, websites and things like that. We can pick which examples, it makes sense to move forward with. But that would be then the next stage that we need staff to actually go away and have a look at. And there may be examples as well amongst jurisdictions that are actually doing that at the moment. I mean, I would hazard a guess, in the UK, for example, there are some examples that might be relevant and so on. So, with that sort of proposed way forward, Vietran, you want to come in?
Just a very short comment to answer Angela's concern. We were asked if it's okay conceptually, and I want to remind everybody that everything that works in theory works in practice.
Dave, you want to come in?
Just from my perspective, I thought that was a clear summary, but I think it's a good instruction for staff. Andrew, to your point, I think you made a really good point. When we were developing COV, we did develop it with tangible examples, and tangible isn't the physical substance of the examples. And I can see your point. I think this actually goes back to the very first comment, Angela, on your point 3 and 4. It'd be good to work through some intangible examples, and perhaps that means adding more guidance to 46 on how that works through. But that's a very clear instruction for staff and something we can definitely bring back to Mark. So we'll go through some financial statements, find some intangible assets, and work through how it works. And that kind of brings us to part 2 of the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you can always go on digging for examples, but I mean, I think probably from the board point of view, if we had 3 or 4 prevalent examples at government level, that would probably start us off in a good way to actually really test this in terms of, that, okay, can this be done in practice to a degree that actually provides, information that meets conceptual framework needs. Okay. Agustina.
Thank you for that discussion. The next paper was specific as to whether a similar requirement, some respondents kind of like challenge, I think, to Andrew's point, when we think of the reliability of the measure and we look at IPSAS 31 today, when you go to the current value model, fair value has to be made by a reference to an active market. And the question was, is there a similar requirement needed to COV? And acknowledging the discussion that just happened, that will continue to staff to work on in Q1, the analysis that is included in this paper was more to the understanding of whether a similar restriction is required for COV, considering the concepts of COV and fair value. So what the staff did was to first consider first to distinguish that when we think IPSAS 31 and we're talking about measurement, that recognition and measurement are two distinct steps, and for you to, an entity has to reliably measure an intangible to be recognized. Then the second step that staff considered was, why does this requirement exist today? And what we note is that a subsequent measurement, IPSAS 31, it is aligned with IS 38. And when we look at core guidance in IPSAS 31, which is consistent to IS 38, the guidance says that it's not expected that a transaction that happens outside of an active market can provide sufficient evidence of the fair value of another intangible asset. So staff, taking that into consideration, first consider what is the measurement guidance that we have in IPSAS 31 related to for determination of fair value, and also considering the guidance that we have in IPSAS 46 for fair value. And what staff noticed is that at initial measurement and subsequent measurement, we have an inconsistency within the standard, where at subsequent measurement, we require a kind of higher threshold for the fair value measurement. And this guidance is not necessarily aligned with IPSAS 46. Of course, within this project, the scope is not to challenge the fair value guidance that we have in IPSAS 31, is whether we need to add COV to it, and whether that COV will need to have this similar requirement. So staff consider the principles that COV is based on and the principles that fair value is based on. And when we look at fair value is an exit price, and there's a requirement to maximize market data when you're determining fair value. And this is what that requirement, a subsequent measurement, is doing, is saying that you need to provide me an fair value that is based on an exit price that you can observe in an active market. When we look at COV, COV is distinct from fair value, that it is an entity-specific fair value measurement. It's not a market participants or exit price measurement, and also it's not looking to maximize market data. However, it does acknowledge that when it's feasible, an entity should utilize it on its determination of COV. So staff recommendation is simply recommending that based on the principles of COV and fair value, it seems to be inappropriate to require that COV be measured by a reference to an active market. I just want to acknowledge that we had that previous discussion of saying we will still need to consider how to introduce it if we introduce it, and potentially there's other things that might need to be done. But this is more about saying that it seems inconsistent with the conceptual framework and COV as a measurement to require to be measured by a reference to an active market. And with that, I will pass it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Agustina. So I think, we haven't really focused on this question before, so I think it's good that we have a debate. And I think, as before, what I'd like to do is just encourage members just to sort of, give us their thinking on this question, and then we'll sort of see where we go based on that. So, Angela, I think you were first in, and then Camira after that.
Agustina, it's a clarification question, actually, in terms of what we exposed, and it's just to remind me what we did expose. So we have fair value for things held at financial capacity, and we exposed pretty much what we active market restriction. And COV has two, I think they're bases or I'm not sure. They have market value and then they have cost. In terms of market value, because you can choose which one you use for held for operational capacity, I believe from IPSAS 46, that's an entry perspective or an entity entry price perspective. So that's the difference. But in the market value one of that exposure draft, did we also put in the active market restriction on that market value?
No. So in IPSAS 31, we didn't, we kind of said, if you're going to determine COV, you need to go to IPSAS 46 to determine a COV consistent with that guidance. So there wasn't any requirement similar to fair value to be by a reference to an active market. Does that address your question?
I think from analysis back then, I think there was some link to another standard that kind of got you back to a market restriction. And I'm not technically strong enough to quote the references, but I know when we did the analysis locally, we felt the question around whether COV could apply was always around the cost approach, that the market value through another standard ended up reflecting a market restriction idea. And I'd have to talk to Gali at the break to explain. Perhaps Andrew might remember.
Dave, do you want to come in on that? Because obviously you were key author on 46.
So in 46, we've got COV and we have fair value. And underneath both of those measurement bases, we had measurement techniques. Under fair value, there was income approach, cost approach, and market approach. And under COV, there was only market approach and cost approach. When you apply IPSAS 31, where there's the active market restriction, I don't know whether you'd even ever get down to any of the techniques. You need to have an active market for the same asset when you're using fair value. And we did not include the active market restriction when we were proposing amendments to IPSAS 31.
So there is no loop back. That's where. Yeah, just to clarify.
So just to clarify, so there's no restriction on electing COV, but when you go into COV, Angela is right. The market approach as defined in COV requires an active market. So paragraph B32 says applying an active market approach to measure the COV of an asset requires the existence of an active market. So you do have to have that active market for it.
Okay.
Sorry, I think now I understand. Okay, sorry, I wasn't, because I thought when you asked the question, Angela, I thought you were referring to in IPSAS 31 when we, excuse me, we amended whether you had a requirement to an active market. So thank you, Andrew, for the clarification. Yes, when you go to COV, let's say that you were to pick COV and now you go to IPSAS 46 and you're applying the market approach, then you would have to obtain market data, observable data. However, the entity will be, when we think of the amendments proposed in IPSAS 31, the entity will need to assess, based on the circumstances and the data that they have for the intangible asset, whether the more relevant measurement technique is the market approach or the cost approach. And that's what I was referring that in IPSAS 31, we didn't elevate it to say you can only use the market approach. And that's what I was trying to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Helpful clarification there. So I've got Camira and then Patricia.
Thanks, Chair. I also have a clarification question. Are we proposing then that in the intangible assets use of COV will be restricted only for the cost approach? So will we forbid that market? So when we are talking about the absence of an active market restriction, so the proposition, what would be at the end? So will we tell preparers, okay, if you go for COV, then you are only allowed to use the cost approach, or you can also use the market approach, but it doesn't need to be an active market. It can be, I don't know, and even non-active market.
So at this point, the paper, and this is why I want to highlight the difference. The paper is just simply asking, or I think as staff, I was asking myself whether based on COV as a measurement and with the principles that we see in COV, would it be appropriate to limit its measurement for intangible assets to a market approach only? So that was the question, saying similar to how IPSAS 31 today says at subsequent measurement, you can elect current value, but if you elect current value, that fair value has to be by reference to an active market. And constituents challenge the thought of saying that I have that requirement for fair value subsequent measurement, but I do not have a consistent requirement to COV. And staff simply asks itself the question of saying, when I look at COV and fair value, would it be appropriate to elevate the threshold as to the similar threshold that fair value has and say, I would only limit COV in intangible assets to the market approach? And therefore, it's like the analysis from a staff perspective was to say, well, if I look at why is that requirement in intangible assets for fair value as aligned with IAS 38, it is aligned from an exit price perspective. When we think of fair value is looking what a market participant will pay, will give us for that asset. And therefore, it's a market participant and exit price perspective. And that's why IPSAS 31 states that they consider the assumption is in IPSAS 31, similar to IAS 38, that another transaction that is outside of an active market is not sufficient evidence to the fair value. The paper just simply looks to say that would I require that to COV? And the recommendation from staff is saying that it will be inappropriate based on the principles of COV to limit an entity simply to the market approach. And therefore, staff is not proposing that. Having said that, and it's just, I want to add for clarity, we still have this instruction that I just got from the previous agenda paper that we're looking to kind of say, well, if we introduce it, how we would do it. So right now we're discussing would the active market restriction be a consideration? And I know there's additional examples that we're going to walk through that might change, but right now the analysis was specific of saying, I look at the concepts, fair value and COV, and I look as to why that active market restriction is in fair value, and it seems inconsistent with the conceptual framework in IPSAS 46 to require a similar restriction. And I'll pause there, but I can clarify if needed. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Agustina. As I say, I think it's the first time we've really focused on this. So I think this conversation is useful. Patricia, to you, and then I've got Andrew.
Okay, and thank you. Yes, I think because IAS 38 was issued before IFRS 13, the restriction was not established in terms of the techniques, but in the end of the day, if I consider active market, I only can apply market approach. And I would like to reinforce for non-specialized assets, I think there is no motivation not to follow what we decide about IPSAS 46. What is my view about this? Fair value is applied for assets held for generate economic benefit. And then when I consider the measurement, subsequent measurement, it's not only the initial measurement. When I consider the subsequent measurement, there is a concern if these assets that I recognize in my financial statement, in fact, can generate cash flows. Because of this, in this context, makes sense to use this type of restriction, only active market, mainly because some assets are developed internally. And when I develop an asset internally, I have the phase of research and the phase of the development. And the expenditures related to research, IPSAS 31 doesn't permit to capitalize, and the development is possible to capitalize. Then it's a way to not to include assets that in fact will not generate benefits for the entity. But it's not the case for the assets held for operational capacity, because the information is about the operational capacity and the cost of the service. But when I considering this, the application of COV for intangible assets, I have to think about some requirements in IPSAS 31. The first one is about the paragraph 76, I think, that the revaluation model may be applied to the role of the assets. What it means that when I quote the price in the market, the attributes related to the research phase is included in the price too. This is the main idea here. It may, but may include the attributes that was derived from the research phase. And in the case of the COV, in my view, it's coherent to use the same requirements in the initial recognition at cost. What I capitalize at cost, I will capitalize at COV2. Then I need a specific requirements in IPSAS 31. And the other things that I think you need to think about is a paragraph about the paragraph 71 that analyze if there is, because in paragraph 71, there is an exception when, okay, you need to evaluate all the class, but if you have one asset that isn't active market, you can continue to measure at cost. The type of exception for COV, I think, is completely different, but I need to think about this too. For example, you talk about with Gali and with Andrew, that some information system can be old, and in this case can be very hard to identify the elements of cost and quote the element of cost to evaluate or to establish the COV based on cost approach. In this case, I can have some exception. For example, in this situation, I can have some assets that are not measured at COV in the same class. I think this type of analysis I need to do. And the exercise for a specific or more prevalent type of assets in the, but I'm not here to discuss this.
But I think there, Patricia, you were actually starting to signal some of the things that staff will need to think about. And I think, certainly very interested in the point that you make about, being clear about the distinction between a research the research and the development phases. And I think, that's useful to reflect on that in terms of consistency with the rest of our literature. So I think it's saying, yes, there are a number of strands of this that need actually to be combed out, if this is going to go forward. And I think that's consistent, with the previous instruction that, it's concept, yes, but actually, how do you do it in practice? So, Andrew.
I think on the same page as Patricia, really, in that I don't think, personally, I'm not ready to answer this question as of yet, because I think when you look at how to apply the cost approach and, if you've got an IT system that's 10 years old, you can develop the cost to do it now, but how do you depreciate it for 10 years? What's its useful life? That it starts to introduce a lot of questions in my mind as to how reliable those measures would be. Unused capacity, location, for example, these are all concepts that are embedded within COV. If I also go to sort of the ISB's, approach on ICE 38, so the active market restriction was there. Then they did IFRS 13, which has a cost approach for IFRS 13, which is not exactly the same as COV, but is very similar. And they chose not to allow that in for intangible assets because of reliability issues around how to measure that, how to split that out from the rest of the entity, the internally generated goodwill, the current operations. And I guess those are the questions that I'd like us to explore as we go through these examples. Why I don't want to answer this question yet is once we've done the analysis, we may, I'm not saying we will, but we may come back to a point that says we only allow market approach as well because we feel cost is not a reliable measure because of X, Y, and Z. Or we may do the analysis and come back, say cost is, but there are these adaptations. So that's why I don't feel comfortable to answer this yet. I'd like to go through that path of how it applies and then revisit this later.
I mean, I think you're right, this needs exploring, but it's actually probably back to some of what we've talked about earlier in this meeting is you need to think about this in terms of there are certain reasons why the ISB did take the approach it did. And obviously it's very much thinking about earnings and recoverability from a commercial point of view. Now, you know, the public sector has plenty of examples where that's not relevant, you know, which I think goes back to COV, because actually I can think of plenty of examples of systems which have actually been in place for quite a long while and are still continuing to provide services. So I think, you know, there are different tests that need to be applied depending on what we're talking about. And so that does go back to some of the debates that we had about COV, that, you know, if you go down that fork about this is actually something that is generating cash flow as opposed to this is generating service potential, then you're in a different universe. So I think, you know, and obviously there's interplays with the different impairment standards that we've got as well. So I think there is, you know, there are some of those things, but, you know, I think we just need to be careful that we are not necessarily in the same place as the ISB. Yeah. Dave, you want to come in?
I don't know whether I'll add much. I just wanted to come in after Andrew made his point that, and I thought about making this at the very beginning, that given the instruction we just received, I can see that members might be uncomfortable, not ready to answer this question yet. And I think when we pull some examples together and we can look at them under COV and compare to fair value as well, I think that will help the board, it'll help staff in making a decision in Q1 on what direction to go. So that's why I wanted to come in. I've kind of repeated what you said, but I just thought it was important to make sure that highlighting we don't need a decision on this, but we'll take all the useful comments, especially from you, Patricia, on this into Q1 when we're doing our evaluations or our examples.
Thanks, Dave. David.
Thank you. I'm also in the happy position with Patricia is that of course I won't be here either to follow this through. But I thought I just as the previous task force chair of measurement and has grandly called on this paper as the board sponsor, I just make some comments for staff and board members to consider as they take this forward. The first is we're talking about measurement. We are not talking about how you might recognize an asset initially. So with intangibles, first of all, you have to decide whether the item that you have got could be considered recognizable as an asset. And if the answer is no, as in the research phase, then that does not get included in the term asset in either IPSAS 31 paragraph 76 or 71. So you're not looking at the research phase, you're only looking at the development phase. I think it is important to remember also that when you sort of talking about, well, whether can you recognize something on your statement of financial position, it has to be capable of being measured reliably. So if you have got the example of some old IT system that you've got no idea of how long it took you to develop it because you developed it in-house, and therefore my view would be that it's probable that you can't measure it reliably. So therefore you don't recognize it as an asset on your statement of financial position. But that's a judgment that would need to be taken by the entity as they prepare it. On the other hand, if you did have an IT system that was ancient as the hills, which a lot of public sector institutions do have, but it was developed by the use of consultants, so it was from outside, then you may well be able to get an idea of what it would cost you to develop it today. And then, of course, you'd have to use your, well, it's ancient as the hill, so actually it's service potential, and therefore the value associated it was quite low. But that's a normal valuation process. So there are certain things I think the staff and board members just need to hold in the back of their minds. We're not talking about anything particularly special here. We are talking about, as Patricia says, assets used operationally that actually do provide operational services that constitute a cost of the services that you are providing as as a public sector body to society as a whole or whatever. That has got no commercial value because it's developed specifically for that service. So just, you know, I won't be watching what you've been doing, but just make sure you get it right.
No, because you're going to be away during the March meeting, aren't you, David? Other thoughts? I mean, I think it's just I think that's drawn out a number of useful things in the debate, and it's much more, I think, much more nuanced than perhaps we portrayed it to begin with. Any other thoughts? Okay, so I think, you know, in line with the, you know, where we got to in the previous discussion, then probably what we do need to have is 3 or 4 examples of how would you know, the sort of measurement under COV pan out, and I think then, as we've just discussed, that will then get us through the sort of some of the considerations about what would be eligible in terms of the asset, measuring the asset, what's outside that, and then to some of the things about, well, okay, how might you approach this given these particular examples, and then, you know, as a consequence of, you know, would possibly the market approach and the cost approach be potentially applicable depending on the circumstances, and, you know, was the asset originally developed externally, those kinds of things, and then really to see how what that means then in terms of what's in current IPSAS 31, IPSAS 46, how does that interplay work? Potentially the impairment standards as well might be relevant, IPSAS 26. And I think then, you know, having gone through that, then the board can start to draw some conclusions in terms of, okay, do we think this can work? If we think it can work, what would we need to provide by way of additional guidance in order to make it work, if that seems appropriate in the jurisdiction context and the entity context? Is that a reasonable summary of the way forward? So I think that will allow us then, he says, again, not being here, but I'm looking at the incoming chair, but he's not sort of frowning or anything like that. He's still smiling. It's obviously hasn't started yet. No, that I think gives the way forward for the board to debate and explore, and that should then allow the future board to draw its own conclusions. Anything else? Of course. Anything else anybody wants to add on that item? Agustina.
Yes, first of all, thank you for all your, excuse me, for your input and your directions. I think want to acknowledge that the next agenda paper is kind of intertwined with this. So unless a board member has a different view, my thought will be that I will take it away and we can discuss those points later on, because I think there's a connection between this decision you're making right now, instruction that you're giving me right now, and what was discussed in that paper, except for 2 examples.
Okay, are there any, Andrew, you just want to come? I was going to ask if there are any further sort of comments that would be useful for staff to pick up in thinking.
It was just the one on paragraph 76, if you revalue and it applies to the whole asset. I think there's different interpretations. I think, David, I've got a different interpretation of that paragraph perhaps to you, but I think the problem with that is I mean, that comes directly from 38 with a fair value exit market sort of view. And so then it could include the research, because quite understandably, that would be part of your exit price. You need to recoup those costs. So I think we just need to think a little bit further about that and how, if we do bring in a COV, how that would interplay. Do we need to change that paragraph? So I think just a little bit more research is what I just wanted to flag there.
Back on that, Christina.
Yes, that's what I was referring to. In the next agenda paper, one of the issues is thinking whether a research cost could be added a subsequent measurement. And based on what I just heard, I don't think we're ready to discuss that because I acknowledge to you, Andrew, I would say that as a staff, I have a different view on that, but I acknowledge that you have a different view. Patricia had a different view, and I think Patricia did really well in kind of highlighting that when we're thinking on that subsequent measurement, we are talking about the costs that are part of development, not research, and those same criteria would apply. But I think I need to take it away, discuss the examples, and that's what I was saying when I think of agenda item 9.2.5, because that's one of the issues. I don't think we're there to seek I wouldn't be looking right now to seek a decision from you. I think I need to take that away. And if the board is content with that, rather than discussing that paper, I would action the instructions that you had given me with the decision on agenda 9.2.3, that it is conceptually applicable. However, let's do more work on the how. Thank you.
So I think, Andrew, just on that then, so there is potentially a kind of unit of accounts component issue that's going to need to be factored in then in terms of the instruction. Yeah, okay. Any other points anybody wants to make, given that we're not going to go into 9.2.5 in detail, but just sort of top of the mind comments? Okay, good. So I think that gets us through that item. What we will do is we will now break for lunch, but we will break until 1:30 because we're trying to manage the time in terms of we have external guests arriving for the events later on this afternoon. So having had a very good debate, I think can actually move things forward. You get extra time for lunch. So back at 1:30. So contrary to a rumour spread from somewhere, no, we're not into the farewells just yet. We have some business to transact first. I will hand over to Edwin.
Thanks, Ian. So we will be talking about improvements. And as a reminder, the approach we're taking to improvements is that we are having one consolidated exposure draft, which will be presented to the board for approval in March 2026. So for departing board members, I guess you'll be approving things in principle, but you won't do the actual formal approval next time. So at this meeting, we are going to add to that exposure draft, and we'll be talking about the 4 amendments that I've listed to the slides. The first 2 are going to be included in the improvements exposure draft I just talked about. The last 2 are actually going to be issued as a separate narrow scope amendment, and that was based on a decision from June 2025, and they relate specifically to public sector combinations. So first, I'll talk about the improvements. So the 2 that were included now have to do with first-time adoption, and that's the reason why we have deferred them until this meeting. We wanted to wait until IPSASB 33 was updated and published. The first one is on lack of exchangeability for foreign currency translation. So the amendment that we're proposing follows what the IASB did to amend their foreign exchange standard, in that they've introduced a definition of exchangeable. And that definition is really just saying that it's exchangeable into another currency when the entity is able to obtain the other currency within a time frame allowing for normal administrative delays and through a market mechanism. I did receive some questions from members on if we can define what normal means, but the IASB specifically stayed away from that, and they said it really depends on facts and circumstances. And that's partly because what is considered normal varies so much from jurisdiction to jurisdiction that we can't really define it at the global level. The next thing that the amendments introduced was, if for some reason you have determined that the currency is not exchangeable, you still have to figure out how to estimate a spot exchange rate. So the amendments goes into the steps that you have to perform to come up with that estimate. And then there are also disclosure requirements to essentially, if you have something that's not exchangeable, you have to describe how you came up with the estimate of the exchange rate in your financial statements. And then the amendments also introduce application guidance and illustrative examples to help constituents apply these amendments. And lastly, the amendments also amended IFRS 1. So for us, we're amending IPSASB 33 to introduce the definition of exchangeability that they have introduced. The other amendment I'm grouping with this slide is also in IPSASB 33, and it's really just an editorial amendment. So what was changed was before IPSASB 33 and IFRS 1 refer to qualifying criteria for hedge accounting. But if you look in IPSASB 41, those words don't actually appear. We say you have to meet the conditions for hedge accounting. So it's really just amending those words to say conditions in IPSASB 33. So I'll pause there and open the floor for comments.
Okay, thanks for the overview, Edwin. Any comments on staff proposals there? Seeing none, I think we're content with the approach. And Andrew, that presumably has been approved, that's been through the application group, yeah? No? Oh, I thought it was actually. Okay.
Okay, so the next set of amendments are specific to public sector combinations. And I'll actually cover Amendment B first, because that's the easier and less controversial one. So in the current version of IPSASB 40, which aligned with the pre-amendment version of IFRS 3, there was a reference to the conceptual framework for the recognition of contingent liabilities. And because the reference was kind of unclear, you could have a situation where you would recognize a contingent liability upon an acquisition. And then on day 2, you decide, oh, well, if you look through IPSAS 19, there is no longer a contingent liability that should be recognized. And that would result in a day 2 gain. So essentially, you would record a gain for doing an acquisition, which is not reflective of the economic substance of the transaction. So what the IASB did was they have introduced a recognition criteria to say you only recognize contingent liabilities that were assumed in a business combination if that contingent liability arises from a past event as described in IAS 37, which is our version of IPSAS 19. So what we're proposing is to add that same recognition criteria and say that in a when you're acquiring an operation, you only recognize a contingent liability if it meets the recognition criteria for that, or sorry, if it arises from a past event as described in IPSAS 19. So therefore, with that introduction, you're not going to have a situation where you recognize a contingent liability and on day 2 you would reverse that and have a huge gain in your deficit and surplus. So so that's the first amendment. The second one is there was an amendment into IFRS 3 to narrow the definition of a business. And the way that IPSAS 40 is structured, we take that definition of a business and we essentially aligned it to be operations. And we use that throughout the entire standard, both for amalgamations and acquisition of operations. So back when I introduced this topic in June, the instruction was staff should take that away and analyze if it's applicable to the public sector and also if there are any unintended consequences to amalgamations if we were to make this change. So what this change is really about is the first part of the amendment by the IASB was they actually changed the actual definition of a business. For us, we don't have to do that because our definition of operation already referred to the generation of revenue and applying processes to inputs, whereas before in IFRS 3, it was actually a very generic definition and anything could have really been a business. The other amendment that was made was the application guidance, which explained how this definition was to be applied, had wording that said, well, if you're acquiring a set of assets and processes and there are missing items, you could think about how a third party would deal with this. And if a third party can theoretically supply their own processes and inputs to create outputs, then it's a business. So essentially, IFRS 3 used to say, and also IPSAS 40 used to say that anything could be a business if you stretch far enough. So what the amendment did was they've taken away the theoretical third-party consideration of what you're acquiring, and they said you have to look at your acquired assets and your acquired processes as they are now upon acquisition. So we are the amendment to IPSAS 40 would be to introduce that as well to the application guidance. And the other amendment that was added was the IASB also introduced an optional concentration test. So the test is if your acquired assets and liabilities consists of one item that has substantively all of the fair value of what you've acquired, then that acquisition is not a business combination. So if we were to translate that to IPSAS or align that with IPSAS, we would say something similar and say, if the fair value of what you have acquired is substantially all concentrated in one asset, then it is not a acquisition of an operation and will be an asset acquisition. Okay. So in terms of what staff did to analyze if it's applicable to the public sector, well, I already said that it's going to impact acquisitions for sure. And when I look to IPSAS 40, the operation definition was also used for amalgamations. And when I spoke to some of the other staff on the history of IPSAS 40, that use of operations was very deliberate, and we deliberately chose to use the same gating question to say whether something is an amalgamation or an acquisition of an operation. So you would expect there to be consistency between those two types of transactions. So what this change in amendment would do would narrow the number of transactions that would be amalgamations or acquisitions. And that's really an intended consequences. We want there to be less of these transactions. So it's not an unintended consequence. And it was also pointed out to me that this change in the definition would not actually change the underlying accounting for amalgamations or acquisitions once you get into those parts of the standards. So we've concluded that yes, it does have an impact, but this is an intended impact. And this is what we want to do because the previous version was too loose and everything was going to be considered an operation. So I'll pause there for comments, but basically what we're proposing is that we will have a separate narrow scope amendments ED to have both of these amendments, and that will be presented in March for approval.
Thank you, Edwin. So open for comments on those proposals. Yeah, Claudia, lead us off.
Thank you. I have a question. If you could add to AG4C our new IPSAS 51 standard, natural resources, because we are dealing about that we don't modify the guidance on similar assets. And now we have assets held for conservation. So at least we should acknowledge that they will be also in the guidance.
Yeah, that'll work. Because by the time we issue this ED, we would have already published 51. So.
Okay, thanks, Claudia. Any other comments? No? Okay, so I think we're content with the approach and that will come back in March.
The application group.
Okay, so we're going to do the item on the application route as well now.
Maybe while these slides are coming up, I'll just give a little context, and Andrew, you might want to add some context as well. But what was really interesting about the issue we're going to talk about here, and this is really the first issue that the IAG has dealt with, was how to present it to the board and how the IAG was going to actually operate. So we'd always talked about this was a test issue for the IAG. How is each member going to interact? How are we going to actually end up presenting this issue to the board, and how are we going to publish it on the website and keep a list of all these items? And Edwin, I know we're still working on that and figuring out exactly how to do that. But the wrinkle that came up in this issue and it was really good, it was our first issue, is this issue, and we'll present it in a second, was presented in the context of IPSAS 41. And the group talked about it in the context of another standard. And what the group also talked about was the reason or the purpose for this group is to make recommendations to the board as to whether there's sufficient guidance in IPSAS standards or whether the board needs to do something about it. So we had an interesting discussion, a very technical discussion, but we didn't know exactly where to land on what to bring the board and ultimately what to publish, because we don't want this group to be used as a technical resource for stakeholders. So we don't want them to just ask a question and expect to get an answer on the appropriate accounting. So again, I was just trying to give some context as the slides were coming up. This was a very interesting question, and be interested to know in that context from the board and what you received, whether it was helpful or whether it's too much detail, because again, we're trying to balance what this group is supposed to do versus an interesting question that came up and took the group in a few different directions.
Thanks. So I agree with everything that David said. I think it was a really interesting issue. And I mean, the reason we didn't get to a final answer was we needed more facts, but we were very comfortable that there was sufficient guidance within the existing suite of literature to actually get to a conclusion one way or the other. I think just one thing to note that we have learned through the process is that we would probably schedule our meetings a little bit earlier in the quarter. And the reason for that is the papers that you've got now is sort of, what's presented to the board. The final sort of outcome, I guess, or description of the issue that would go onto the website might look slightly different from what's in this table. And so why we were trying to move our meetings earlier is that we could bring that to the board, that the board can see that as well. So that's all to add. Thanks.
Okay, so I'll start with what we've actually been doing at the group. So we've finalized the issue submission website, and we've also talked about the IAG at the various roundtables and outreach events that we've done since the September meeting. And well, I'll talk about the November 10th meeting in a bit, but we are setting up a database with the comms team. So one of the instructions from September was to think about, well, should we actually provide more information on this database? Because then you can analyze it for trends to see who's submitting issues or whether the issues all relate to specific topics. So as a group, we decided that the public version of the database will still be anonymous because we don't want people to be uncomfortable in submitting issues, knowing that all the facts will be out in the public. And also it would be anonymous to the group members themselves as well, because we thought, well, if the group members knew who was issuing or submitting these issues, there might be some sort of bias if it relates to their jurisdiction or if they have similar facts in their jurisdiction. So what we plan to do is for the public database, it will still be anonymous, but then staff will internally track the identity of who's submitting issues, jurisdictions, what the topics were. So we could actually look back and identify issues and trends and see if there is some sort of broad area where more standard setting should be considered. Okay. So the first, or I guess the only issue that we talked about in detail was one that was discussed at the September meeting. So I'll give a bit of a refresher. So we were asked to consider whether an investment or an equity investment can be measured at COV. And the reason for that was based on a submission. The entity who owns the shares cannot sell or liquidate. There are no voting rights, and essentially the operations of the entity is decided ahead of time through a shareholder agreement. And it felt very novel when I read it, because essentially the people who are appointed to the board of directors rotate from owner to owner. And it was designed so that there was no significant influence or control. So they almost set out to make sure that voting rights were not relevant. There were no rights to dividends or distributions, and essentially this investment was set up so that the shareholders have the right to purchase salt, and like salt as in table salt and road salt. So and the one final fact pattern or factor that we got was that the articles and the shareholder agreement cannot be amended without agreement from at least 2/3 of the 27 shareholders. So the submission said, well, this will almost never happen because it's already hard enough getting two people to agree, let alone 2/3 of all 27 shareholders. So what we thought about was we've stepped back and said, well, because of all these restrictions on the equity instrument, is it really a financial instrument? Because the very clear thing that we kept hearing from the submitter was there are no dividends, there are no votes, you can't even sell this. So it's almost like once you put the money in, like it's gone, and the only thing you're getting is the right to buy salt. So we didn't really give a direct answer, as Andrew said. We gave we're landing on things to think about. And so we said, if the restrictions on the shares, so if you think that, you really cannot sell or liquidate, there really is no votes and no dividends,
then one way to think about this arrangement is that it's really an intangible asset, because essentially you're paying to get the right to purchase salt. And in that case, you could have a situation where it's not measured at fair value if you choose the current value model. I'm not going to go into the measurement at COV, but we've just talked about that. But depending on where that lands, we may get to a position where you could have an intangible at CLV. The other way of looking at this is if you look at the shareholder agreement and say, well, these restrictions are not really substantive, because if, let's say, one of the shareholders decide to transfer their shares to someone else, there is no way that the other shareholders are going to sue them or hold them accountable. So in that case, it would really be a financial instrument under the scope of IPSASB 41. But even under IPSASB 41, there is an exception that says if you're measuring these or trying to measure these at fair value, but it's not traded, then there is an exception that says you could use costs as an approximate of fair value. So either way, you would get to a situation where you do not have to use fair value to measure this asset. So that's essentially how we're planning to post or planning to describe the resolution in the database. And because there is already guidance under IPSASB 41, and there's already an active project on the measurement of intangible assets, our recommendation to the IPSASB is that there is no need to have a separate standard setting project for this issue. Okay, so I'll pause there for comments from the board.
So, no, Andrew, did you want to add anything else at that stage, or no? So I guess, it would be interesting to get board members' reactions, firstly to the specifics that Edwin has just described, and then maybe also to the general approach that's being taken, because obviously this is our sort of first test case. So maybe on the first one, are there any comments on the analysis? Yeah, Angela.
Thank you, Edwin, and thank you to the group, because in our world, we would say this is a doozy. This is a very good example. Look, I agree with the fact pattern and the analysis, and I just really wanted to comment that I think this is an example of what happens often in the public sector. And many of us in practice will know that because of the unique arrangements and rights and obligations that are sometimes not obvious until you dig further, what appears to be one thing in the reporting world is actually in substance another. And it's just a great example that you have to get to the substance, and uncovering the substance can be really challenging in practice. So I think that's why I called it a great example of what might come through this group is really assisting people to work out what the substance, and it is going to be a balance of facts and practice as to where they end up. And I think if that was in our jurisdiction, we would also then bring in things like materiality, user needs, even if we put the accounting standards aside, what's the right thing to do? How should we represent that substance? So it brings in just about every judgment. Our principle-based standards, it just demonstrates how challenging and how important it is to understand the substance of anything before we apply the principles. So I think the group's done a great job on that, and I'll leave it at that. But the second question, I also agree with the way you appear to be approaching it for the web base.
Okay, thanks, Angela. Any other comments on the specifics or the generalities of the approach? Scott.
Thank you. And this may be a really stupid question, but I was trying, when I read this, I was trying to think about what else could you have done with this? Okay. And to me, it just read like a contract to purchase salt. Okay, so I don't think you didn't comment on it in here, but to me, it was just the contract to purchase salt. So it wouldn't end up anywhere on your financial statements other than the cost of the salt. So I didn't know if you thought about it. I didn't see it in here, but when I was reading, it's just a contract to purchase salt, particularly since this stock has no value. You can't do anything with it. So I just thought it was contract, a unique way to guarantee. I almost thought about a take or pay contract on power supply or something like that, to take or pay. I didn't know if you thought about that.
Either Edwin or Andrew or Dave.
All right, I'll go for it. So Scott, I think that would probably, in my mind, go first to the intangible because you've got that right to buy it. And then you would say, yeah, it's probably immaterial, so you just expense it. But I think we purposefully didn't get to that level of conclusion because we thought that it's getting to the advice stage rather than just pointing to the applicable guidance. Does that address your concern?
So not a technical answer, but just to add on to what Andrew said, you said at the very beginning when you opened things up that the group was very comfortable and agreed there was sufficient guidance. I think that's an accurate way to portray where the group got, because we did talk about there wasn't sufficient information to conclude one way or the other. Some members said if I had more information here that I'd lean this direction, and members said if I had more information, this is what I would go to. But what we concluded, and I wanted to be crystal clear on this, is the group thought there was sufficient guidance in IPSAS standards. But I just wanted to say you bring up a really good point that there's different ways to look at it, and that was, yeah, you kind of touched on how that was discussed in the group, but that was the struggle of this group.
I mean, I guess.
I just want to say,
Scott, yeah.
it wasn't intended to be a critique of I thought what you wrote up was fine. It was just a reaction I had when I read it. Thank you.
Well, I think, I think the reason for having the discussion at the moment is because we are going to end up in these situations. And ultimately, the board is going to have to conclude, do we agree that the guidance is sufficient, or do we think that there's going to be more guidance needed? So I think it's that kind of, how do we actually have that debate, and how do we get to a conclusion, which is the kind of, which is the challenge. Ross.
Yeah, I just want to make a kind of a follow-on point to that as we start to use this group, that it is really that point that Dave made. It's about deciding whether the guidance is working or not, rather than giving advice on what to do. And then just maybe for those watching online and those around the table that are dealing with these things, when you come across these tricky issues, please encourage your constituents to submit these issues, because we do need them to come through this process to continue to refine it. And I know Edwin's probably looking at me saying, thanks for asking for more work for me, but we are trying to build the pipeline, and we need diversity of issues from around the world to work through these types of issues so they can have these debates, which will benefit, the use of the standards over time, as well as feed into the work program where we now have space for these maintenance activities. When we do find ones where there is a tweak to the standard needed, we can do a narrow scope project to address that, or identify those major projects that might be on the future consultation list for things to go in. It's meant to be a loop.
Interesting. I think it just does illustrate it is going to be an iterative process, kind of getting this right. And I think one of the challenges, though, is the point that you raised in the introduction, which is this point about what do you publish externally versus what do we keep internally, partly from a transparency point of view, but also because we don't want these, developing into the equivalent of IFRIC. So people sort of say, that's the treatment. Oh, David, sorry.
No, I'm picking up on that point, which I think is important. When it's published on the website, this is a question. When it's published on the website, how prominent will the message be that the board has considered X and concluded that no additional guidance is required? Because I think that's the important message, isn't it? Whether or not there's something, how's that, have you worked out how that might be shown yet?
Not in detail yet, but for sure that's going to be the conclusion. So it will be highlighted that this is what the board has decided.
I think that goes to Ross. I think that goes to Ross's point that we need to get some more issues. Right now, we only have one type of conclusion that there is sufficient guidance. We haven't really necessarily thought through the different types of outputs that we'll have. But as we get more and more questions and diversity in what the group recommends to the board, we'll have to build out the table differently and make sure that it's clear. But we haven't necessarily thought about how to present that yet, David. But as Edwin said, we'll make sure that's clear.
Hey, so before I get to the next issue, I would actually like to respond to Ross that I would be happy to look at issues because I'm done with natural resources now. But, so
You heard
the next slide is on submissions that were not discussed in detail by the IAG. And we did receive two other questions. One was on an exemption for VAT. And we were specifically asked if there's a program where an entity is purchasing inventory in PP&E, they pay upfront the base cost of the item and also VAT, but they get a refund of the VAT at the end of the year or when they file a document with the government. So the question was, well, where should we or how should we account for this VAT refund? Should it be revenue or somehow a decrease in cost? And so the way we responded to this constituent was there's already guidance in inventory, IPSAS 12, and also IPSAS 45 for PP&E that very clearly says that if you have refundable taxes, those are deducted from the cost. So it was a very straightforward answer. And then the other question we got was actually we got a request to consider double materiality for our SRS standards. And the way we responded to that was, well, one, the remit of the application group is to only look at existing IPSAS. So at the time, SRS was not even approved, so we didn't really look at that. And the other reason we said we're not looking at this is because there was an active project happening at the time, so there's no need for the group to weigh in. Okay. And I see Ross wants.
I think that's an important point to highlight too for constituents on either side of what we're doing is it's not meant to be a conceptual debate where people pose to the board through this group concepts they think should be represented. They're supposed to be applying the principles that exist to a transaction and calling it a problem. So I think whenever that happens, the response should clearly be this isn't an appropriate query for the application group and we're not considering it. And be clear why, because in that case, whether there's an active project or not, I would say now that we even have a finished standard, if someone asks that query, we would just respond, that's not a principle in our standards. We're not going to consider this concept.
I mean, I guess there is a question then as to, is the rubric on the website sufficiently clear in terms of that point or not? You know, is that something we need to think about?
Yeah, well, these submissions would not go onto the website though, because there were ones that the group did not look at in detail. So,
Andrew,
I think they are sufficiently clear, but we'll take another look at it and see if there's an explanatory note or something we need to add.
Yeah, it was just sort of what people feed into the funnel in the first place and whether, yeah.
Okay, so that's all I had for the application group.
I just thought, Edwin, and I'll start, and maybe you can come in if I miss anything, but we received an interesting issue that I'll tease for Q1 of next year. And I won't go into all the case facts, and Edwin, if you think I missed something, then jump in. But the reason I wanted to tease it out is because I said the first issue that the group got was very interesting, and it challenged the group and staff on how we'll ultimately present it on the website. But the next issue that I'll talk about is going to present some different issues and some different challenges. So what we received was a query from a jurisdiction that is the government is looking to issue a digital currency. And the reason why I say this is an interesting issue is because the IFRIC has looked at Bitcoin and digital currencies, and they've made a view known. But what's interesting about this is they made their decision in the context of it being issued by a private organization or an organization that isn't related to a government. So a slightly different fact pattern. The reason why I wanted to bring this up to the board and why it's interesting is because the IFRIC had already looked at it, IPSASB staff has now reached out to IFRIC staff and IASB staff, and they've renewed their interest in the topic as well. And they said that they made the decision in the context of a currency that's not issued by a government in any context, but they'd heard rumblings of as well as of a number of governments looking into this. And it wasn't Canada that brought this forward, but just after we received the query, the government of Canada issued its budget, and in the budget, hidden in there was a discussion of digital currency and whether the government of Canada would want to look into it. And when we were talking to the ISB, they brought up other countries that are looking into it as well. So the reason I raise it is one of their criteria is whether there's prevalence across the world. And when I heard the query, I thought this seems like a one-off. It doesn't mean we shouldn't look at it. But then a couple of days later, the country I live in was looking into it. And then the more people we talk to, it sounds like it's becoming more and more prevalent. And just interesting in the fact that when we reached out to the ISB, it was high on their radar and they wanted to be included in the process as well. So just wanted to share that. And if you think I missed any facts that are important, then throw them in. But really interesting query that's coming up as well. And it'd be interesting to share with the board in Q1.
Thanks, Dave. I mean, I think that does show that we're actually moving into a different phase now. Edwin, did you know? Which I think we thought was going to be the case, but I think it really, it does mean that, you know, as a board, we start to deal more real time. And I think it also, and I think this has been a trend over the last few years, and obviously sustainability reporting has sort of enhanced that, is actually that we are now, I think, you know, interacting with the, you know, IASB and the IPSASB on a much more equal basis, whereas in the past, when we were playing the catch up, actually, essentially, we were a standard taker, whereas I think now this moves us into the, you know, actually we're somebody that they want to talk about, you know, talk to, because I've always thought that actually, you know, in an ideal world, what you want to do is actually have standards set that will work across all sectors. Sounds conceptually good, difficult to achieve in practice, but I think actually if you start to get that dialogue, that can only be, you know, positive in terms of awareness, and then thinking about, you know, actually is there a solution which actually is pansectoral rather than just it works in the capital markets and then we get left with a difficult issue. You know, and we have had a number of these issues over, you know, and sort of, you know, kind of remembering back to sort of pollution pricing, you know, model and that kind of thing, that, you know, kind of you could see a world of difficulty at that stage in terms of moving that forward. David.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. I mean, that sounds quite an interesting issue. And picking up on Ian's point about, you know, how sort of the IASB and the IPSASB sort of are starting to face the same sort of problems. I'd be quite interested to know what your thoughts are about perhaps on something like this, you'd work together to produce the answer. And partly I ask that because thinking about it, depending on who is in the government is going to issue this cryptocurrency, are they going to be on IPSAS or IFRS? Because in certain jurisdictions, some of those financial institutions would be on IFRS and not IPSAS. So, you know, in some ways you might argue, well, that might mean it's not anything that this board needs to worry about. But equally, I would say, well, if the query is coming from, say, the Ministry of Finance, even if they're not going to be the issuers, then you want to be able to provide some help. So I thought I'd just throw that in. I won't be here, so it's fine.
Dave, and then I'll go to Anne.
It worries me when someone sitting around the table says this is an interesting issue and they won't be here when it. Yeah. So sorry, part of the reason I brought it up was because we are looking to, I don't know whether work with the ISB is the right way to say it, but we reached out to the staff that's in charge of this process and wanted to make sure, A, they were in the loop because, like I said, IFRIC had looked at it. We definitely didn't want to go in a different direction than them since our literature on this is aligned. We will involve them in our discussions so they can observe the discussions of the IAG, really so we don't go in a different direction, but also that we're in on the same page with them. So I don't know whether it's necessarily us working hand in hand, but we're making sure we don't diverge from them in any way. And then they asked the question, we know they are on IPSAS, so they will be applying IPSAS, but we'll provide all those details in Q1.
Thanks, Dave. But I mean, it is an interesting point because, for example, if it's the central bank that's doing it, then quite likely it's going to be on IFRS if it's on international standards. So Ross, and then I'll go to Angela.
Yeah, just want to highlight a point that we do regularly work with the ISB staff and ISSB staff to understand projects on the work program, things that are emerging, and share what we're doing on our work program. And I think this just actually is an area where it solidifies the relationship and allows us to continue to build on it. So it's kind of part of our normal process. This just gives us some more interesting topics to have those discussions on. So can rest assured that from a staff perspective, we've had lots of great interactions over the years and have fantastic support from the IFRS Foundation and their staff.
Yeah, certainly that was very true with the what's now SRS1. You know, although it wasn't a formal review by any means, but actually certainly when we were moving particularly towards the exposure draft, actually, you know, we had a lot of great input at that stage from both board and staff within the ISB, which was tremendously useful. And I think gave a lot of confidence in terms of, you know, how we finalise the ED, and also how we've moved forward since then. Angela.
Thank you, Chair. And it is an interesting issue. It sort of reminded me that perhaps quite prevalent in the public sector is we might get application questions at policy development stage because I guess in my experience, a government like Canada will announce in a narrative that we're going to look into this. And as part of looking into it, they'll look to IPSAS or whatever framework they're in to say, what is the fiscal cost of this and how will it impact the government's finances? And that will actually play into decisions. And one of the challenge for the finance teams is that often the facts are very blurry at that stage. There are no contracts to look at. And over the policy development phase, things will change for them. So I think, and it can be quite challenging. And I know in practice, we often sort of give advice like, if it looks like this kind of arrangement, it'll be probably that. If it's this, so I think what I'm just trying to say is we're going to need to be cautious about the fact pattern, and potentially how to respond when there's kind of alternatives and you're missing some of the detailed rights and obligations, and even which agency that maybe that the government is thinking of issuing the currency, but through the development they realise a private sector would be better. So I guess it just raises a challenge of at what point we provide sort of views on whether there's enough guidance. I just think it's a real I think it may be more prevalent given governments are always looking for interesting new policy approaches to solve issues or move with the times.
Dave, sorry, Ross.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, Angela. I think if we did start getting that, we'd probably push back and say, you know, we're not consultants. We're not telling you how to structure your transaction. There's a kind of an assumption there is a transaction that they've got hard facts and details on, and they're asking us about that transaction in relation to our guidance. If it's more at the policy stage, there's no transaction yet, then I think we, you know, if that's coming through the fact pattern, we'd probably not want to involve ourselves in that and get caught in that part of it. It's not our role. We're not consultants for governments to think about how they might structure things.
Yeah, important to watch for that. And also, even if you actually have an actual transaction, certainly I've ended up in a very difficult situation in the Ministry of Finance days where, one external party commented on a particular version of the agreement, and then somebody else commented, another institution commented on a slightly later set of facts, and it actually changed the accounting treatment. And so I ended up in a very difficult situation where you had two external agencies who both came out early with different views. And then I was left sitting in the middle, quite literally going, okay, right. Why are there two answers and which answer is the right one? So not easy. Okay, so thank you very much, Edwin. Interesting times ahead, I think. Ross, where do we?
Sorry, we've been talking all day about what we were going to do, given how quick or how slow we went today with the special sessions this afternoon that we have some external guests coming from. So we want to make sure we'll be closing the meeting now. We'll take a short break and then we're going to start the farewell at 2:30. And then because we're ahead about an item and a half based on the great progress the board's made this week and all the great approvals. So we think it's best if we start an hour late tomorrow, so 10 a.m. start. We'll still probably wrap up the meeting by noon, so people have plenty of time. So that gives time. It's Friday. We know everyone has to check out. I heard there's a great social happening on Fifth Avenue that people might like to enjoy tonight. So this gives everyone a little bit of time to get themselves together and join us for the meeting tomorrow. So just wanted to let everybody know that, including those online who are joining us. So Noriati will be starting 1 hour later tomorrow. And then we will close off the live stream and stop that part of the meeting. We'll keep the Zoom connection open for the internals to enjoy the goodbye celebrations this afternoon. And with that, just thanks to everybody for all the hard work so far this week. Okay, so see you back again at 2:30.